White Sox road trip continues, and tonight a weekend series in Houston, Texas, against the surprising Houston Astros, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And good evening, everyone. Chuck Swirsky filling in for Ken Harrelson, joined by former Cy Young Award winner Steve Stone. And Steve, you take a look at this Houston Ball Club. They have 30 wins already.
I think what's amazing, Chuck, is the fact that you see a lot of batting averages under 200, and yet this team is not only full of life, they're full of the feeling that they can win every night out. And it starts right at the top with Altuve and Springer. Let's take a look at Jose Altuve, the diminutive second baseman. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark. If he gets on, he will try to run you out of the ballpark, and he is the face of this organization. George Springer off to a slow start, but lately he's been doing a terrific job. And if he gets on base, it's tantamount to throwing a double because he's going to take off, he's going to steal, and it's tough to throw him out. You take a look at the dynamic duo at the top, and you see Altuve this year hitting .299. Stolen bases, 15. He's been caught 5 times. Springer over the last 8 has been terrific, hitting close to .400. He's 11-1 in stolen bases. So these are the two guys that make this team go.
All right, Stephen, let's talk about the White Sox, because tonight Robin Ventura is going to hand the ball to a promising left-hander.
Carlos Rodon goes to the mound, and it's been some time since he was out there, so he'll be excused if he doesn't find the rubber. Last time out against Cleveland, he threw the ball all right, but the big problem with him is that his control hasn't been what he'd like. He's got great stuff, there's no doubt about it. He's still a very young pitcher, there's no doubt about that. They're going to make some alterations, speed him up in various aspects of his delivery, and hope he can get it over the plate. So a no decision last time out. He's 1-0. He threw pretty well, but the 5 walks is troubling. He's got 19 walks in a little over 22 innings, and that's one thing that Don Cooper has to address with the youngster. Let's see if he can keep the ball in the zone tonight.
All right, good matchup tonight. Rodon for the White Sox, Lance McCullers for the Houston Astros. First pitch coming up next, right here from Houston, Texas.
By your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Audi, truth in engineering. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Toyota, see where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to Minute Maid Park, affectionately called the Juice Box here in Houston, Texas. And the Houston Astros have the second best record in all of baseball. Only the St. Louis Cardinals are better. The Cardinals playing .660 baseball, Houston playing .625. And after a tough start at home, they're starting to turn it up, and hit the ball out of the ballpark, because this team strikes out a lot. They don't have high batting averages, but they steal bases and they hit home runs, and that's been the basis of what's propelled them into first place. They don't have quite as young a team as most people think they have. And talking with A.J. Hinch, the manager, he says we got some veterans. So Robin Ventura on one side, hoping his ball club starts to get a little more consistency, and A.J. Hinch hoping his ball club does exactly what they've been doing, and that's winning baseball games and winning them consistently. The Sox come in at 2-3 on this road trip. It proved to be a tough start. We felt it would be a tough trip to Toronto for 3, then the makeup doubleheader in Baltimore. That one was split. Then coming here facing as hot a team as there is around, the Houston Astros, before going on to play the Texas Rangers, and the Rangers are starting to hit the ball. The pitching a little shaky, but the offense has been there, so it'll be a challenge as the Astros take the field. Let's take a look at how Robin's going to line up our Sox for the game this evening. It's game 1 of a 3-game series, and Adam Eaton's going to lead it off. Melky Cabrera in the 2 spot. Jose Abreu, the first baseman. Adam LaRoche, who's been very hot recently, is a designated hitter. Alexi Ramirez at short. Connor Gillespie at third, with J.B. Shuck in right field. Tyler Flowers behind the plate, and Carlos Sanchez hitting ninth and playing second. The defense and how they'll line up behind Lance McCullers Jr. It's Preston Tucker in left field, Jake Marisnik in center, and George Springer, the very talented right fielder. Luis Valbuena, Jonathan Villar, Jose Altuve, and Chris Carter at first base. Hank Conger, the switch hitter, gets the nod behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is the youngster, Lance McCullers Jr. He's on for his 3rd start, his ERA a little above 2.5. He's 1-0. You look at the 11 strikeouts and 10 2/3. It pretty much tells you that he's got very good stuff. He has what he calls a breaking ball, one that looks like a slider, one that looks like a curveball, but everything he throws moves. The umpires for the game this evening. The crew chief, Joe West, behind the plate. Gabe Morales is at first. David Rackley at second. And Rob Drake is at third. And Lance McCullers is one of the talented young people they have in this organization. They have a guy rated at either 1 or 2 of the best prospects in baseball, and that's Carlos Correa. He will be up in the not-too-distant future and play shortstop. But in the meantime, this team is clicking on all cylinders. They're throwing the ball around the infield, which means we're ready to play baseball. And I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Chuck Swirsky.
All right, Steve, thank you. It's a beautiful night for baseball, but we're playing indoors. Now, Steve, you are a former Cy Young Award winner. You have been doing baseball for 30 years. You have some clout. Can you please open the roof?
No, I like it closed because I like it darker. As a pitcher, in fact, if they turned off the lights, I would like that better. But I think it's more difficult to hit when the roof is closed. So we'll see how it works out, because this is a very lively park, Chuck. You'll see the left field, the Crawford boxes. It's easy to hit those.
So Adam Eaton will step in. 2 homers, 6 RBIs, batting .238. And the first pitch is underway. A called strike one from Joe West, who broke in back in 1976. He's been around a long time, folks. Adam Eaton has hit safely in 16 of 18 games, batting .307 in that span. This is an unusual ballpark, to say the least. This is my first trip here.
It's good looking, though. And Tal's Hill is something that makes this special. So special that they want to take it out, and I can't blame them. Is 436 a straightaway center? That he'll go straight up. I've seen many center fielders fall down chasing a fly ball.
2-2 pitch.
And that got a piece of Conger, and he's hurt. Adam Eaton goes to first.
And he's hobbling. Eaton is to first base.
This is his version of a slider right off the kneecap, and then, well, looks like Hank will be singing soprano in the choir.
Well, now, we have Adam Eaton at first base. No laughing matter, obviously. But we got the Milky Cabrera at the plate. Thank you, Steve. What a way to start a ball here.
Well, just to let you know that that's one of the hazards of being behind the plate.
Yes.
Yeah, the good guys, the tough guys, just shake that off, Chuck.
So Cabrera went 3 for 8 in the doubleheader against Baltimore. He's 7 for 21 on the road trip in a 5-game hitting streak. 1 homer, 17 RBIs, hitting .250. Eaton leads off first. The White Sox currently in a stretch of playing 16 of 22 on the road. They are 2-3 in a couple of series against the Jays and Orioles, respectively. For the White Sox, their 3rd different ballpark in as many days. McCullers, the young man, his father pitched in the big leagues. Lance McCullers Sr. in the 80s and 90s for 4 different teams. He started the year, Lance McCullers Jr., who's on the mound. He started the season in Double-A ball, went to Triple-A for all of 2 days, never pitched in Fresno. Here's a line drive, diving stab. What a play by the center fielder, Marisnick. He can get him.
The one thing we were told about Jake Marisnick is that he's an outstanding outfielder. He's got a terrific arm, got good range to either side. And he shows you here on a ball slicing away from him, and a flat-out dive. He takes at least a double, possibly a triple, and an RBI away from Melky. Melky continues to hit the ball hard from the left side. Doesn't find a whole lot of places for it to fall. And Marisnick, who is lately having some trouble with the bat, is having no trouble with the glove.
So that'll bring on Jose Abreu. Eaton again at first. McCullers, what's the book on him? I know he's a young pitcher, obviously, and he has not a lot of major league experience, Steve.
He can get a fastball up in the mid-90s. He pitches comfortably, 92, 93. He has both a slider and a curveball, although he lumps them together, calling them his breaking ball. There's a pretty good example of how quickly it will break. That was at 84. So McCullers has terrific stuff. They knew that when they drafted him. The question is, could he throw it over the plate consistently? In 2 starts, at least, it's been answered. He has gotten the breaking ball over, and he is able to pinpoint his fastball.
Again, over to first base. Houston coming in with 30 wins. They were the first team to win 30 this year. As Steve mentioned, St. Louis also with a high percentage, leading the National League in that department. But the Astros now in their 3rd season playing in the American League with a 6-game advantage over the Angels.
You look at those numbers for A.J. Hinch, who's in his 2nd go-round as a manager, managed the Diamondbacks as a 34-year-old, originally drafted by the White Sox, didn't sign, went to Stanford, got a degree in psychology, which is going to hold him in good stead as a major league manager.
A lot of people, as far as Stanford's baseball program, they came out with an excellent, not only education, obviously, but that program has really taken off.
It's been a good one, and you see him giving the signs to Conger behind the plate.
Swing and a foul back.
Now, a lot of guys will go to either their bench coach or a former catcher. In the case of A.J. Hinch, he is a former catcher. In the case of the Sox, the man giving the signals is Mark Parent. He'll give the signals to whoever is behind the plate on a given day.
1 ball, 2 strikes. We have 1 out here in the top of the 1st. And a check swing. And we have a 2-2 count. Sox are going to send 3 lefties at Houston this weekend, Steve.
That's probably a pretty good thing because this team has swiped 42 bases. So when you start a left-hander against him. You're not going to negate the running game entirely, but you can slow it down.
2-2 pitch with one out. Well, the Astros, Steve, I cannot figure this club out. As you mentioned, they can put the ball in play, obviously, from a home run standpoint. They are superb, leading the major leagues in home runs. But their team batting average is horrendous.
We'll take a look at some of the averages of the starters. Valbuena, 198. Carter, 177.
And there's a base hit to left for Jose. And the White Sox are in business here in the top of the first with runners at first and second with only one out.
This is a pretty good pitch by McCullers, but Jose is showing great plate coverage as he's starting to heat it up. Menard's pitch tracks will show you that this is a slider. The only problem, he got it up a little higher than he would like, and Jose drives it through the left side. So a chance to break through here in the first inning. And probably the right man up, as Adam LaRoche has done a terrific job recently.
Hit a two-run shot in the second game of a twin bill yesterday in Baltimore. Had 3 extra base hits on the season, starting to warm up. 241, 5 homers and 20 RBIs. We have one out here at top of the first with Eaton at second and Abreu at first. White Sox are at 21-25, currently 7.5 out in the Central. Kansas City now 29-18. They beat the Cubs this afternoon at Wrigley 8-4. Lorenzo Cain had 3 hits for the Royals.
The Cubs found out today, at least, that those final 2 guys coming out of the bullpen are really tough to deal with in Wade Davis and Greg Holland.
Here's the 1-0 pitch and a cold strike. McCullers came out of Jesuit High in Tampa, Florida. He had made a verbal commitment to attend the University of Florida, but then, of course, got drafted, and you know the rest of the story as Houston trying to fortify their farm system. We're going to talk about that during the course of the weekend series. They've got a lot of good young arms coming up. Swing and a miss by LaRoche.
Took a little something off, and that ball just dived away from Adam.
But it is good to see what's happening with LaRoche's game over the past week.
He's looked a whole lot better. He's gotten a chance to play more at first base, and with it, I don't think it's a coincidence that batting average is starting to rise.
A ball and 2 strikes. LaRoche has hit safely, Steve, in 22 of his last 25 games. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Adam came up before the game, threw his arms around A.J. Hinch. Their paths have crossed during the course of both of their careers.
Sox with 2 men on, and a swing into this by LaRoche, and he struck him out.
Let's take a look at tonight's picks to click. Chuck/Hawk has Adam LaRoche. Only fitting because he just went down on strikes. I, on the other hand, have a flying Melky who got robbed of a 2-base hit, so he's right in the middle of everything. And Connor Gillespie and the crew are as one tonight. So it's 9, 9, and 7. Things really starting to heat up in the pick to click department.
Yep.
Hawk's going to be a little disappointed in you, Chuck, if you don't start winning something.
I'm sure of that. He's probably sitting home saying, "What are you doing to the broadcast? What are you doing to my picks to click?" Here is Ramirez, 0 for 5 in the doubleheader, 2 homers, 20 RBIs, batting .237. What is your assessment of Alexi right now at this point in time, Stephen?
I think it's been a tough go for him. Obviously, he's not the most selective hitter, but he can hit anybody's fastball. He's seeing a steady diet of off-speed pitches, and he hasn't walked in 141 at-bats. That's a long stretch not to walk.
It really is.
But I think he's been a slow starter over the course of his career. Hopefully, as the weather heats up, so will Alexi. He still remains, probably from the right side, the best pure fastball hitter on the team.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Cold strike 2.
His fastball on the outer third. Alexi took it. Resnick in center and Springer in right have great arms. If there's a base hit to right field, it's going to be a good battle between the wheels of Adam Eaton and the arm of George Springer.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung and fouled off.
Jason Castro is one of the catchers on this team, and we're seeing Hank Conger, the switch hitter, tonight. Houston traded for Conger. They got him to bolster their pitching staff as far as the defense is concerned. Castro started out, he wasn't particularly good defensively. He's gotten a whole lot better. And because A.J. Hinch was a former catcher and played 7 years in the major leagues, he's helping their catchers with the defensive aspect and the thought process that goes into it for a catcher.
Eaton at second. Swing and a miss by Ramirez. And the side is retired. So McCullers gets LaRoche and Ramirez to end the inning. As the Sox strand two. Bottom of the first. Coming up next from Houston, Texas.
Of his Astros with Springer, Altuve, and Tucker at the top, with Gaddis, Carter, and Valbuena in the middle. Then Villar, Conger, and Marisnick rounding it out. The defense, and how they'll line up behind Carlos Rodon. Cabrera, Eaton, and Shuck in the outfield, with Gillespie, Ramirez, Sanchez, and Abreu in the infield. Tyler Flowers behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Carlos Rodon. This is his fourth start, his seventh game. ERA a touch over 4. He's 1-0. The 21 strikeouts and 22 1/3 is good. The 19 walks he'll have to work on, but he's got a big future.
First pitch hitting by George Springer. 7 homers, 17 RBIs, batting .230. Springer, the 11th overall pick in 2011 from the University of Connecticut. Both of his parents attended that school in Storrs, Connecticut. Here's Rodon. And we have a 1-1 count.
Springer is a 5-tool player. There's really nothing he can't do. He's got a great arm, got terrific speed, and he's shown at times he can hit the baseball a long way.
Springer checks his swing, but that's going to be strike two. Steve mentioned Rodon on May the 9th threw 108 pitches in his first big league win against the Reds. May the 15th threw 96 in 4 innings against Oakland. The kick and delivery inside 2-2, and then his last appearance May the 20th against Cleveland, 103 pitches in 6 innings. Third overall pick a season ago out of North Carolina State University, and a foul back.
What's nice to see is 2 of the great young arms of baseball going head to head here in Houston. One, the left-hander Rodon, the other McCullers, the right-hander. Rodon a little bit older, has a whole lot more experience as far as big games in college. Both of them, however, have very strong arms.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Rodon strikes him out.
He goes with a high fastball at 96 and throws it right by him. So a good way to start for the youngster, because the one thing in talking with Don Cooper, he worried about the control, not having been out there in a starting capacity for right around 10 days. That's not easy to maintain that control, but they've worked on a couple of things in the windup that Don Cooper thinks is going to help Carlos.
Jose Altuve at the plate now. Altuve, how about this stat, Steve? 402 hits the past 2 seasons. 402, the most by any player in MLB.
He's just a terrific player, and you'll never see him not hustle. In fact, what A.J. Hinch said, what he has to convince him of, he hits a hard one-hopper and he's out before he gets halfway, he likes to see him break it down some. He said, once you're out, you don't have to have a full-out sprint.
Rodon, and that's a base hit up the middle for Altuve, has been struggling, coming in 1 for his last 11, but he's on base.
And with 15 stolen bases in 20 tries, you have to keep a close eye on Altuve. Takes it right back through the middle. It's a fastball on the outer third. And the man who is the face of this franchise gets the first hit of the ball game for the Astros.
They'll bring on Preston Tucker, very stocky left-handed hitter. He too attended the University of Florida, spent 4 years in Gainesville, put up some big-time numbers in the SEC. All-time hits leader for the Gators, doubles and RBIs.
Tucker can hit him a long way. And with that in mind, because his team lives and dies with the home run and the stolen base, he's in the lineup, even though it's a lefty-lefty matchup.
Batting .306, couple of homers and 8 RBIs. Altuve at first. We are in the bottom of the first here in Houston. Sox left a couple of men aboard here in the top of the inning. The Astros, with Tucker sending a deep fly ball to center field, but Eaton is camped under it, and he makes the grab. Altuve streaking to second, and he slides in safely.
That ball hit a long way in center field, but it is a long way in center field. So a heads-up base running play by Altuve, who runs himself in a scoring position, and Tucker hits it far enough to put him there. That hill in center field has given a lot of outfielders some problems, so much so that they're talking about in the offseason just taking it down and moving the fence in to where the warning track is.
What was the purpose, Steve, in presenting that here at Minute Maid Park to begin with?
Tal Smith, longtime executive with the Astros, decided that he wanted something, apparently with his name on it, so Tal's Hill came about. It's obviously unique. It's also a terrible place to go and try to chase down a fly ball.
He could have his name on top of a dugout.
Could have, yes. Still might. Tal Smith, a great executive for a lot of years.
Yes, no question about that. Evan Gattis with a big-time swing. Gattis came over from Atlanta in a major trade, and Houston sent a bucket full of prospects to the Braves organization, including Mike Fultenovich, who's starting tonight for the Braves against San Francisco.
This one right off the mask, and Tyler Flowers takes that flush. So they're taking a look at him, and it looked like just the bridge of his nose getting scraped up. And you can see the yellow fingernails. That's to give Carlos Rodon a much better look at the signals. In the meantime, that was square, and you can see the blood coming down his nose.
You know, Steve, we were talking about catchers the other day and the punishment they take night after night after night.
It's such a demanding position. It's a tough position. You got to know a lot of things. It helps if you have a very smart catcher. It helps if you have a catcher who wants to take control of things. For instance, Salvador Perez for Kansas City. Every stop along the way coming up, Salvador Perez was the leader of that team. And because he can hit, he hit a home run today at Wrigley Field, because Salvi can hit and the job he does behind the plate, it helps if you can be a leader and you can control a pitching staff. That position has a lot of requirements that others don't, and one of them is being, hopefully, not the toughest guy physically on the field.
So as we resume with Evan Gattis at the plate on an 0-1 pitch from Carlos Rodon. Steps off the rubber. Gattis had 2 3-hit games on the road trip to Detroit and Baltimore. He's got 10 homers, 30 RBIs, 7 of his 10 homers here at Minute Maid Park.
He's strong enough to hit him out of anywhere, but it's inviting having those Crawford boxes, because you don't have to hit it all that far. You just have to hit it high.
The 0-1 pitch outside. Well, again, they made that blockbuster deal with Atlanta with the primary reason they don't want Gattis playing, beyond the plate or maybe at a corner position, especially left field. They want him just to DH.
And I talked to him about that, and he said it's not a natural transition, and he gave me some tips on how to do it.
Gattis slaps the ball into left field. Here's Cabrera. We've got to play at the plate. And he is out. What a throw by Melky Cabrera. Nice job. We go to the second in a moment from Houston.
Ballpark is that you can play more shallow in left field because of that short porch. Melky makes a pinpoint throw, and the ball is waiting for Altuve to arrive. That throw is right on the money. Maybe in a different ballpark with the left fielder back further, Altuve would have been able to score. He's tagged before the hand can get there. Tyler does a nice job making sure that Altuve can't get there.
So we're at the top of the second here in Houston with Connor Gillespie stepping in against Lance McCullers Jr. Gillespie played the second game yesterday in Baltimore, went 0 for 3 on the season. Connor is 2 home runs, 10 RBIs, batting .240. Here's the first pitch to Gillespie. Takes a cold strike 1. It's an amazing story about the Houston Astros this year. There's no question they're one of the feel-good stories in the American League. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and it is a base hit in the center, and Gillespie on with the leadoff here in the second. Steve, how about this? 4 years ago in 2011, the Astros won 56 games. 56. Following season, as you see that replay of Gillespie, the following season they won 55. Last 2 years, 51 and 70.
All along, Jeff Luhnow, who's the general manager, said that we're going to build from within. We're going to tear down the organization we're going to trade away the guys that we want to have part of our past, keep the guys we want part of our future, draft some very good players, and they have done just that. And they've got some youngsters coming up that are going to bolster what they have here already. Now, I'm not going to tell you they're going to hold on and win it this year, but they've already exceeded expectations just about all over baseball. Most people picked them 4th or 5th.
J.B. Shuck stepping in. Swung on. Fly ball to left. Back it up is Preston Tucker near the track and makes the catch. And Gillespie returns to first.
Take a look at the AL West with the Astros on top by 6 full games over the Angels for playing just 500 baseball. The Mariners really haven't been able to put it together yet. 6.5 back. The Rangers looking for some pitching to go with that offense, and of course a dismal year for the Athletics. So under A.J. Hinch, this Astro team has done a nice job. He was talking about the difference between this time around and the first time when he was with the Diamondbacks. It's kind of interesting to get the perspective of a guy that tried and failed with the Diamondbacks and now is doing a great job here.
Tyler Flowers has played a couple of ball games on this road trip. Overall, he's 2 for 8 on the season, 2 homers, 10 RBIs, batting .206. Took that ball off the mask, bloodied the nose, but he's tough. He has that makeup like not only of a catcher but also of a hockey player. Just play through it. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss.
Good sharp breaking ball, kept it away. And now Tyler in an 0-2 hole.
You know, I'm speaking for everyone with White Sox family, Steve. We wish the Blackhawks all the best. Huge game tomorrow for sure.
Not many things more exciting than a Game 7 in any sport, but in hockey, after a hard-fought series, it's especially intense. Nice stop by Conger. We also wish my full-time partner, Hawk Harrelson, a speedy recovery. He had the surgery today. We hope it works out well for him, and we hope that he gets back as soon as the Sox get back. There's some tough games coming up. Detroit and Houston on the next homestand.
Yep. A week from tonight in Chicago, Tigers and White Sox. Here's the pitch, and that is a cold strike 3. It's going to bring on Carlos Sanchez. Sanchez, a couple of RBIs on the season. He's 2 for 12 on the trip. We have 2 outs here in the top of the second in Houston.
He's going to take a look down at Luis Valbuena and see where he sets up. Right now he's in on the grass at third base. Want to make sure he takes away the bunt, giving him a lot of room to slap the ball by him.
Want to note to Sanchez, Houston has won 7 of 8 at home and 13 out of their last 18. They're averaging just 22,000 plus per game. 1-0 pitch to Sanchez from McCullers. And that ball is chopped in the right field for a base hit. And going to third is Gillespie, and he slides safely in the runners at first and third for the White Sox here. Nice piece of hitting by Sanchez.
Testing the arm of George Springer, knowing that this is a slowly hit ball. Connor has some time. He sees it more a chopper through the right side, and Springer comes up firing. He hits Altuve, who realizes he's got no play at third, and the first thing that he does is turn around and take a look at first base. So Connor in easily at third and a chance to break through here in the second.
And Adam Eaton with his second appearance already in the ball game. Eaton was hit by a pitch to start this affair. With 2 outs, the Sox stranded 2 runners in the first against Lance McCullers, and right now they have Sanchez at first and Connor Gillespie at third. 1-0 count to Adam Eaton. Ball drifting foul to the left.
It's only 3:15 down that left field line. You have the scoreboard to hit it over if you go that way. But left-handers who go the opposite way in this ballpark, it's just as easy to hit it out than the right-handed power hitters.
No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the White Sox. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Astros. Here's McCullers. As Eaton holds up. And here, all this is happening with 2 outs. It's a 2-1 count for Eaton. Big pitch. Called strike 2.
Good backdoor slider. Wanted to throw it away and break it off the outside corner, and that's exactly what he was able to do.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners at first and third for the White Sox. Here is McCullers. And a hit him again. So 2 hit batsmen by McCullers, and Adam Eaton is the recipient of both.
He wants to throw this fastball inside. He gets it too far in. It's off the elbow, but fortunately you see that little guard that he's got there. That saves him a lot of difficulty.
That's going to bring on Melky Cabrera. So we have Gillespie at third. We got Sanchez at second. Eaton at first. The bags are loaded here in Houston with 2 outs.
Melky crushed the ball the first time up, only to see Jake Marisnick make an outstanding play in left center field.
The pitch. Called strike 1. Sox stranded 2 runners in the first, but right now they have the bases loaded from Melky Cabrera. 0-1 count.
Conger with very good movement to either side. Makes the ideal backup catcher because he is a switch hitter and he's got good hands. McCullers has 1 wild pitch this year.
1-1 with the bases loaded here in the top of the second in Houston. Steve here with the count at 2-1. Is this the pitch that Cabrera wants?
If it's in the zone, he's going to want it. He would just as soon get a fastball as opposed to a breaking ball. We'll see if Hank Conger has the confidence that McCullers can get anything but a fastball over the plate.
The pitch swung on, chopped foul to the right.
That was a good fastball inside, and there was nothing that Melky could do. That's the pitch he was trying to throw to Adam Eaton, only he hit him with that one. So it evens the count. You'd love to get to 3-2 here because with 2 outs, the runners will be going, and it takes you out of a force play more times than not.
2-2 pitch swung on, and a lazy ground ball to second. Altuve over the first to Carter, and that retires the side. We go to the bottom of the second in a moment here in Houston, scoreless. of Chevy Blackhawks pregame live, hosted by Coors Light. Watch live at 6:30 as Pat, Steve, and Jamal preview the game. That's Blackhawks PGL tomorrow at 6:30. Chuck Swirsky along with Steve Stone, the former Cy Young Award winner with the Baltimore Orioles, and Stephen, the White Sox have stranded 5 runners in the first 2 frames.
Not all that good to let a very young pitcher off the hook. He had 2 shots at him, didn't score either one. But at least the Sox offense knows that McCullers is vulnerable.
Here's Chris Carter stepping in. Swings at the first pitch. Lofts a high fly ball to right field, and that's going to go out of play. Chris Carter, originally drafted by the White Sox and signed by the White Sox in 2005. And then, Steve, the Sox traded him to Arizona in the Carlos Quentin trade. And then promptly Arizona flipped him over to Oakland for Danny Herron. So he's been traded a few times, but last year, 37 home runs.
He's got tremendous power to all fields. And he's actually, in talking with A.J. Hinch, he's actually played a pretty decent first base. I mean, the knock on Carter was always, well, he's a designated hitter, and he probably is going to hurt you in the outfield, but at first he's done okay.
0-2 count. Carlos Rodon making his first appearance since May the 20th. 22-year-old left-hander. 3rd overall pick a season ago. And the pitch a bit high. The Major League Baseball draft will be held 10 days from today.
Pretty exciting for a lot of those youngsters around the country, both in high school and of age in college.
Carter goes to right field, dumps it. Charging in from right field is Shuck. And so the Astros have the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the 2nd.
Carlos was able to get inside, shatter the bat of Chris Carter, but unfortunately he just muscled it into right field. So now you have a guy who hasn't hit much of anything in Valbuena. However, his specialty is just dropping it into the Crawford boxes in left field, especially against a left-hand pitcher.
Well, Bueno was signed by the Mariners at the age of 16 out of Venezuela. I want to pick that thought up in a moment. Let's see what happens here with Rodon. And a ground ball. This could be 2. Steps on the back. Sanchez over to Abreu, and that is a double play.
Good pitch on the first pitch. And Valbuena grounds into a very easy 4-3, and wisely Carlos took it himself. No reason to flip this one. He's got plenty of time and throws it across to get him. Valbuena does not have great speed.
So a young man is signed at the age of 16. How does that work, Steve, when you're coming in from the Dominican Republic or Venezuela in terms of the process? You're able to draft and sign players?
There's a lot of guys that they're signed as, well, non-drafted free agents, and that's what Valbuena was. You take a look, you have your tryout camps. Every team has their academies. Used to be in Venezuela. Now the academies are in the Dominican Republic. And there's a whole lot of talent coming out of these places. So you have to have a scouting presence.
And most teams do, right?
They all do,
yep.
Yes.
Jonathan Villar, the shortstop, at the plate. And a 1-1 count with 2 outs here. Bottom of the 2nd. We're on the delivery. Here's Ramirez deep in the hole. Off balance. Did he get him? Got him! So Carlos Rodon, beautiful piece of pitching. And we're going to the top of the 3rd. Scoreless here in Texas.
in Lost Nation, Iowa.
Where's that again, Steve?
That's right by the Found Nation in Iowa. Take a look at this play. Another broken bat. There was a couple of them. Alexei makes a terrific play. He's got to get it over there quickly. He does. And takes a base hit away from VR.
So we are in the top of the third here in Houston. We're scoreless. The White Sox, the good news, they've had base runners. The bad news, scoreless. Each team with 3 hits. Abreu at the plate. Jose singled in the first against Lance McCullers.
When you've got a short porch in left field, as they do, you still have to establish the inside part of the plate, because if they keep looking away, you're going to have some problems. And it's especially important for Carlos Rodon, and we've seen him do it in the early going. He's thrown the ball inside, broken some bats, and that was a secret all those years at Fenway Park. The left-handers, even with the short porch, even with the Green Monster, they had to establish inside.
2 balls and a strike to Jose Abreu. Jose in that doubleheader in Baltimore went 1 for 8. 2-1 pitch on its way. Over the pitcher McCullers, but Altuve right there to cover it, and he throws over to Carter for the out.
Join us at U.S. Cellular Field for an exciting White Sox baseball season. The Pick 14 plan offers fans a flexible 14-game plan that features savings off individual game tickets. Plans start as low as $110. For tickets or more information, visit whitesox.com or call 312-674-1000.
So bring on Adam LaRoche, who struck out in the first. White Sox 7-3 over its last 10 road games. They started 2-12. Just a bit outside, 1-0. It's a cold strike.
The shift is on. They defended Abreu perfectly. Altuve playing over the bag at second base. Now they have the 3 infielders on the right side, but the outfield playing pretty much straight away.
Chopped off to the right. You know, coming into the ballpark tonight, meeting a lot of new faces for the first time. Houston broadcasters and writers and whatnot. They were talking about, they saw our game yesterday, Chris Sale in the opener. They are raving about him, Steve.
It's hard not to. You can't look any better than Chris Sale looked in that performance. 12 strikeouts, no walks, and an unhittable slider. That's a slider we've seen from Chris over the last few years. That has not been in evidence very often here, but as his arm gets stronger after missing a full spring training, that slider is back. And if you talk to Oriole hitters, they don't want to see it much anymore.
Here's a 2-2 pitch with 1 out here in the third to Adam LaRoche. McCullers winds and delivers, and we got to stop. Stoppage in play as LaRoche stepped out of the box. He's got that beard thing going. That looks like Niko Mirotic of the Bulls. I wonder if I could grow one like that. Probably not.
I know I've got 0 chance to do that.
And a cold third strike. So LaRoche has gone down twice.
That one was right down the middle, and Adam, I think, just got outguessed. He's shaking his head. Apparently he was guessing ball, and he got a strike.
So Alexei at the plate. Ramirez struck out in the first. We have 2 outs here in the top of the third in Texas against a Houston ball club. Went 2-3 on the road. Here's a long fly ball by Ramirez in left center field, and that ball is off the wall. Ramirez motors into second with a stand-up double.
McCullers tried to get ahead with a first ball fastball, and this one is right down the middle. We told you Alexei kills fastballs, especially first ball fastballs, and the Menards pitch track show you that He split the middle of the plate. It was a little above the belt, and Alexei came an eyelash from hitting it into the bullpen. So a two-base hit, the fourth hit for the Sox, who are hoping against hope not to strand another base runner.
Yes, as Gillespie steps in, he singled back in the second inning of play. With the White Sox having Ramirez at second, there's going to be a meeting halfway between the mound and the plate between McCullers and Conger. We have 2 outs here for Connor Gillespie. Gillespie in his 3rd season with the White Sox after spending parts of 2 with the Giants. Played collegiately for the Shockers of Wichita State, another solid baseball program. Here's the pitch and a called strike.
This is the 4th professional season for Lance McCullers Jr., despite the fact he's just 21 years old. You can see why they think so highly of him. He was a non-roster player, forced his way onto the ball club with some trades and some injuries. He's got a bright future.
Here's the pitch. There are so many good young arms, Steve. Eduardo Rodriguez made his major league debut for the Red Sox last night. 22-year-old left-hander, youngest Red Sox starter to win his MLB debut since Billy Rohr in '67. Alex Gonzalez of Texas making his major league debut tomorrow for the Rangers against the Red Sox, highly touted.
Shows you a couple of different things, Chuck, and that is that there are a whole lot of injuries making room for these young guys who are pushing their way onto the big league teams. I mean, unless you do something extraordinary in the minor leagues, you're just not going to get a major league start if all things are equal. But you start piling up those injuries, get a good start, and you'll be able to do it here. And that just missed right down the line. Rob Drake on the call. Unfortunately, it was foul.
All right, Lance, here we go. Come on.
Here's our T-Mobile game changer, and it is Eduardo Rodriguez. He went 7 2/3 with just 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts, and he used 105 pitches. That is some major league debut.
Gillespie against McCullers, the 0-2 pitch high. Well, congratulations to Eduardo Rodriguez. He'll remember them for the rest of his life. We had Chris Beck with his major league debut yesterday for the White Sox in Game 2, and you can always take something positive out of that experience.
Well, he probably was very happy with the comeback after the first couple of innings. Then he started to throw the ball well, and Robin mentioned that he liked what he looked like.
And a swing as the ball gets past the catcher Conger, but he recovers. The ball hits the back of Gillespie, and Gillespie's going into second. Ramirez scores the Sox first run.
Hank Conger waited a long time to get rid of that baseball. Instead of getting it, he caught a break. It bounced right back to him. He had a relatively easy play, and he had an angle. But as he waited longer, Gillespie started to move into the angle to throw the baseball. So it'll go as a strikeout. And the ball's right back to him. He's got plenty of time. He just doesn't throw it. By the time he does, he hits Gillespie in the back with it. A couple of breaks, one that looked like it went against the Sox, and at the end, an errant throw.
And the Sox will take it, period. I mean, any way you can manufacture a run, Steve, you get it. That's going to put J.B. Shuck at the line. As far as the line score now for the White Sox, 1 run, 4 hits. And for the Astros, no runs, 3 hits and an error.
That's going to be scored. Strikeout E2 as Brent Strom, the pitching coach, comes out, wants to talk with his youngster. He realizes should have been out of the inning. Want to make sure at 21 years old that he's still thinking along the lines he wants him to think. Tough to keep that intense concentration when you're that young. And Alexei's double turns into the first run of the ball game via the errant throw.
This was all set up by Ramirez, 11th double of the season on a line drive to left. We have 2 outs here in the 3rd. Shuck takes a strike. 1-0 White Sox over the Houston Astros. We'll be here all weekend long, folks. Day off on Monday, then a 3-game set in Arlington against the Rangers. And there's a deep fly ball to right, and that is curving foul.
That was a rocket off the bat of J.B. Shuck. And has a souvenir. Unfortunately, he has that souvenir in foul territory.
So Gillespie strikes out swinging. Ramirez scores as Gillespie goes to second on a throwing error by the catcher Hank Conger. We have a ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the top of the third, and the White Sox have taken a 1-0 lead on Houston, leaders of the American League West by 6 over the Angels. Here's Shuck. Ground ball to Carter. He takes it unassisted. And the inning is over for the White Sox. Push across a run here in Houston with a 1-0 lead. By Coors Light, it's Chicago's most exciting trivia show where fans try to cash in on their sports knowledge. Sunday at 9 on CSN. Chuck Swirsky, my main man Steve Stone. We're in the booth here in Houston. Minute Maid Park in its 16th season here, Steve.
And Orbit is just romping around as there are some Sox fans down here. They've had all kinds of weather problems. Some storms supposed to come in this weekend. And there's a lot of this area down here that's absolutely been decimated with flooding.
Yes. Stepping in is the catcher Hank Conger. Takes a cold strike. Conger 2 for his last 21. He has a couple of homers, 4 RBIs, batting 175. Carlos Rodon on the mound for the White Sox.
He's got a homer from each side of the plate.
Adam Eaton charges in, diving, and does he make the catch? Yes! Had to wait to see whether or not he was going to trap that, but Adam Eaton always hustling. I love his play, Steve.
He's had a good go at it, and David Rackley, the umpire, getting a close look. He's out there on the run as Adam Eaton is on the run. He takes it off the top of the grass, holds on to it, and a good play to start off the third inning.
He's going to bring on Jake Marisnick, who made a terrific running catch here. Marisnick started his career with the Blue Jays. He's been involved in not one but 2 major trades, Steve.
He came over from the Florida Marlins. He got off to a great start offensively. He's always been a defensive wizard, as we saw in this game already. But lately he's been swinging a lot of pitches out of the zone, and that one almost took part of his belt buckle with him.
2 balls, no strikes for Jake Marisnick. Carlos Rodon on the mound for the White Sox. Here's the pitch. A lazy fly ball to right. Underneath it, J.B. Shuck runs in about 3 steps and makes the grab. Rodon was the 3rd overall player taken in last year's draft behind Brady Aiken. I want you to talk about him in a moment by the Astros. And the 2nd pick was Tyler Kolek from Miami, the Marlins.
When they picked Brady Aiken, he was the most dangerous of all first-round picks, which was a high school pitcher, and they picked him number 1 over Carlos Rodon. Then he had some problems. Problems were that they didn't like what they saw in the examination, and they had made him an offer. They pulled that offer back. He then decided not to sign, and unfortunately, he wound up in an independent situation playing baseball, and he hurt himself. And so because they didn't sign the number 1 pick, what happens is for 1 year only, meaning this year, the Astros will get the 2nd pick in the draft, with the Diamondbacks drafting number 1.
Rodon behind in the count, 3-0. So the Astros, Steve, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, they have the 2nd pick in the draft and also the 5th pick in the draft.
They do indeed, and odds are overwhelming that there's probably at least going to be 1 pitcher that they're going to take. But with the 2nd and the 5th pick, they're in pretty good shape in the first round. This is a draft that there's no clear number 1, although a lot of people say it's Dansby Swanson, a shortstop from Vanderbilt. Who knows?
This little dribbler foul, and it's going to be 3-2.
But from the 8th to the 10th of June, the teams are going to make their choices. Right now they're meeting. Everybody is writing out their boards. Everybody is saying, this is our wish list. This is where we pick. This is who's there. Jeff Luhnow is the general manager of this team. He's done a terrific job.
How about the 2012 draft? You talked about Correa.
Yeah, Correa is Carlos Correa is going to be here in the not too distant future. He's got astonishing power. He's pretty much been likened to a young A-Rod when he first came into the league.
3-2 pitch, foul back. But you know, when you look at Rodon, the White Sox, so fortunate he was available with the 3rd pick.
They were kind of surprised he was available with the 3rd pick. But they gave him a great deal of money.
Surprised in what sense? They thought that Houston and Miami were going to take...
They thought that he was going to go before their 3rd pick. As it turned out, he's here. Everybody's ecstatic about it, and he's showing big-time stuff.
Swing and a miss as George Springer strikes out for the 2nd time against Carlos Rodon. Right on cue there, Steve. Thank you very much. We go to the 4th at a moment right here from Houston. White Sox with a 1-0 lead.
He would. You got to look forward to Miller time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. That is some mustache. Yikes. With that old Astro uniform, the rainbow unis.
Don't get me started on that one, Steve. You know, when I was doing, just hanging around the Columbus Clippers in '79, their AAA team with Flowers at the plate, they were called the Charleston Charlies, and they were a AAA team of Houston. Well, Houston's predominant colors at the big league level, and here's the 1-0 pitch to Flowers, and he fouls it off. So Houston's predominant colors, of course, were orange, navy blue, and they had those stripes. Well, Charleston had aqua, navy blue, and orange. It was horrific. It was really, really bad. I think a little green mixed in there as well. Flowers was called out in the second. Swing and a miss by Tyler. I mean, you wore some pretty funky uniforms in your day. I mean, the White Sox uniforms with the Bill Veeck.
Yeah, 77 was not a particularly good look.
No.
And it was the pants that resembled clam diggers with no elastic that weren't great. That was a very good stop on a short, quick breaking ball from McCullers.
How about the powder blue uniforms with the red script?
That was 73. I like those uniforms. I was here, and Dick Allen was on that team, and Wilbur Wood was on that team. Stan Bonson. I like those uniforms, and I like the red pinstripes that we had as home uniforms. And Dick Allen, of course, was just a great player.
Carlos Sanchez singled in the second. White Sox with a 1-0 lead. They have 4 hits. They have stranded 6, however. The Astros, speaking of uniforms, they're rebranding their entire ball club now. New uniforms. Altuve, as you mentioned, Steve, the face of the franchise, and why not? He's a sensational young player.
Well, Altuve signed a contract a couple of years ago that ran through 2019. And when you're losing 100 games a year and you have faith in an organization and showed what he showed, you have to make the guy at second base, the diminutive second baseman, the face of your franchise, because when nobody believed in this, Altuve was probably the first to say, yeah, I'll stake my future winnings on this club.
Here's Sanchez with an easy fly ball out to center field. Marisnik.
Well, Adam Eaton is going to try to go through this at bat without getting hit. He's been up twice. He's been hit twice. Neither time McCullers wanted to hit him. You certainly don't want to hit a guy leading off a ball game, and you certainly didn't want to hit him the last time he did to load the bases in the second. So Hank Conger probably having a little fun with Adam, and let's try to get out of the way of one.
Now, was there let's pick this up here with McCullers. Was there much of a dialogue, Steve? I mean, here you are 60 feet 6 inches away. Was there much dialogue with a catcher and a batter?
Always. There were certain guys that wouldn't talk to you at all. Most guys are pretty chatty behind the plate. What they want to do is take your mind off the concentration that it takes to hit. So they'll talk about anything. Probably the one thing that Conger is saying is, on the first time that Adam got hit, I would appreciate next time on the carom if you kept it away from me and maybe hit Joe West behind me. Because Hank got shaken up early in this one.
A ball and a strike. Swing and a miss by Eaton.
That's a good, sharp breaking ball by McCullers. It's not exactly a curveball, and it has too much depth to be called a slider. But it's somewhere in between, and it's very effective.
1-2 pitch on its way from Lance McCullers Jr. in the dirt. Now, we were mentioning the Charleston Charlies, and John Walgren, our director, has come up with Mike Mendoza. Now, what kind of look is that, Steve?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a good one.
No. You know, I think I saw those pants on you in the lobby today in the hotel.
No, but I do believe that if you're a mustard salesman, that's probably a good look.
2-2 pitch. Eaton swings and misses, and the inning is over. So the White Sox with a 1-0 lead. We'll let Steve change those pants and jerseys in a moment.
All fathers and their daughters are invited to enjoy a day at the ballpark and participate in a pregame parade. To purchase specially priced tickets, visit whitesox.com/dad.
So here we go, folks, in the bottom of the fourth here in Houston, with the White Sox leading 1-0, 1-4-0 for the White Sox. No runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Houston Astros.
And the good news for Carlos Rodon is he's gotten everything over the plate. He's had terrific stuff tonight. And the best part about it is his command. And that's something that Don Cooper talked about before the game. I went up, I asked him what he expects from him tonight. He said, I would expect the control would be a little bit better.
It's a 2-0 count.
As you can see, he's really kept his pitches to a minimum. 14, 9, and 12 coming into this fourth inning. But he's got his work cut out for him. Altuve, Tucker, and Gaddis, and if anybody gets on, Carter.
2-0 delivery. Swung on. High fly ball to right field. Schuck moves over near the line, makes the catch. So Preston Tucker now stepping in. Tucker fly to Adam Eaton in the first. They're very, very high on Preston Tucker. We talked about that 2012 class. He was a part of it. 4-year player at the University of Florida. Correa, as Steve mentioned, #1 overall pick. Inside pitch. Also McCullers was in that 2012 class.
Well, that's what Jeff Luhnow is hoping to duplicate with this year's draft, having as many picks as he has, very close to the top of the draft. And with Tucker, you've got a very good offensive player. A little suspect defensively, but you can get away with a short left field here in Houston.
Here's a one hopper to Sanchez, throws over to Jose, and he's retired. Evan Gaddis steps in.
Talk to Gaddis about being a designated hitter after never being a designated hitter in the major leagues, and he said that it's an adjustment, but what happens many times is he gets a chance to go in the video room and look at what a pitcher is doing to some of the hitters who are close to what he is. He said also he get a chance to take a look at some of the guys coming out of the bullpen when he gets a chance to face them. He said that's one of the advantages to spending a whole lot of time and you're not in the field. You take advantage of it in the video room and you can see things you wouldn't ordinarily see.
Big time home run hitter for Evan Gaddis. Gaddis singled to left. Altuve was thrown out by Melky Cabrera at the plate in his first at bat in the first inning. Gaddis the designated hitter. Here's Rodon. And he went around.
The pitch speeds on the two-seam fastball, as you can see, it's up to 96 miles an hour. Four-seam at 97. That one bounces well in front of the plate. One of the reasons why they went after Gaddis is that they felt they needed at least one more power hitter in this ballpark. Because of the configuration of the park, you can't allow the opposition to come in with more right-handed power than you have, and that's one of the keys to what the Astros have done this year.
2-1 pitch, swung on, high fly ball near the dugout. Tyler Flowers goes into the dugout head first.
Tyler's having a tough night.
You can say that again. Good effort, though. Great hustle by Tyler.
Well, he was trying to concentrate all the way, and unfortunately that wall got him right on the belt buckle and flipped him over. So he makes a big effort, can't get the baseball right here. He doesn't know where he is, and that's a problem. You got to take a peek down at the rail, and fortunately he'll come away unscathed. Tyler's a pretty tough guy, and when you fall into your manager's lap and then your manager puts you over his shoulder, Robin shows you how strong he is.
Yes, he
Tyler's
is.
a big man, and he is balancing him on his shoulder right now. Something I don't think Robin wants to make a habit of.
No. Love the fact the Houston crowd applauded the effort of one Tyler Flowers 2-2 pitch, but 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. And Texas swung on, and there is a base hit, and it goes off Cabrera, but Gaddis holds it first. Fortunately for Melky, that ball was kept in front of him.
Well, had Melky played where he played before, with a runner at second and a chance to throw out a would-be scorer on a base hit, he'd have had this one, but he was deeper for Gaddis. That's one of the big advantages for a left fielder. You don't have to play all that deep, for the simple reason that if it goes over your head, it's going off that wall. So he's able to smother it, keep it in front of him. Gaddis, without the great speed, is in with his second hit, but fortunately he's only at first base.
So with 2 outs and a man on, is Green on Chris Carter. Carter singled in the 2nd inning. He's got 7 homers, 24 RBIs. Here's the pitch. It's off the mitt of Tyler Flowers, and Gaddis takes second.
We'll have to see if that is a pass ball or a wild pitch, and it is charged as a pass ball. His fastball off the webbing. So Gaddis in scoring position.
Two-0 pitch coming up for Carlos Rodon.
And now a new set of signs, so Tyler goes out there.
Now, when you say a new set of signs, explain this. How will you change it now at this point?
Well, you only need one sign when you don't have anybody at second base. But there's been a couple guys at second base, and so Evan Gaddis was a catcher. That was one of the positions he played. And the one thing that Tyler wants to make sure as he goes through his set of signs that Carlos is reading what he's calling.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. Ground ball to third. Past Gillespie. Here's Gaddis turning the corner. And it's wide of the plate. And Rodon backing up Flowers comes up with it. But the Astros have tied the ball game here in Texas at 1.
This one caroms off the glove of Connor Gillespie at third base. And this time the throw is off the mark. There's a real good chance to get Gaddis at the plate. Connor can't make the play. I think the fact that Melky came in barehanded, which is something you certainly don't want to do, especially with a guy not all that fast running, you don't get the same grip on the baseball. And as good as that throw was in the first inning, this one is way off the mark. Good backup by Carlos Rodon. Is he able to make sure that Carter doesn't get the third?
That's a single and an RBI, and we have a tie ball game here in Houston, 1-1. That's the 5th hit for the Astros with 2 outs here and a 1-0 count on Valbuena. Rodon with the pitch, swing and a miss by Luis Valbuena. Came over from the Cubs for Dexter Fowler.
Fowler's doing a terrific job in center field for the Cubs.
Yes, he is.
And they love the fact that Valbuena's hit 10 home runs, even though that batting average is down below 200.
One pitch with 2 outs. There's a ground ball to Alexei. Comes up with it. Fires over to first. And the inning is over. But Astros tied up at 1. We go to the 5th at a moment right here from Houston. In a tie ball game now with the Astros 1-1. Cabrera steps in against McCullers. 1-0 count. Melky lined to center in the first, then grounded out to Altuve with the bases loaded to end the second. Swung on. Chasing it down is Marisnick with a running grab. And Steve, you called it in the opening tease. You love this kid.
I think Melky better try somebody else, because Marisnick can go to his right, he can go to his left. He takes direct routes to fly balls. That time he had some time to run under it. This is a spacious center field. If you don't have a burner in center, you've got some problems, and that's one of the reasons why they made the trade to get him.
Abreu singled in the first, grounded to Altuve in the third. It's a cold strike. Jose hitting .279.
What a job so far by both of these young pitchers. Not a whole lot to choose from, and the fact is that Carlos Rodon has shown the best control he's had all year, which is a huge improvement over what it's been. Because the only thing that can stop this guy is walking a few too many people. Other than that, you just don't square up too much against Carlos Rodon.
McCullers swung on, and it is going to drop in for a base hit in right center, and Abreu is on.
That went off the end of the bat. I think that might have hurt the hand of Abreu. That's the advantage of being a power hitter. The outfield is going to play you awfully deep all the way around, so when you do drop one into center field or left field, more times than not, it's going to fall where a little man, he's going to see that one caught.
So Abreu with his second hit, White Sox fifth on the night. We're tied at 1 with Adam LaRoche at the plate. Swings at the first pitch. LaRoche struck out in the first, struck out in the third. Oh, 1 pitch with 1 out. 1-1.
Get on top of it now. Come on. You can do it.
Inside. Spoke to A.J. Hinch prior to the ball game, the manager of the Astros, about whether or not the Astros with this record are ahead of schedule. And he says, you know, at this point, I don't believe in schedules. I just take one day at a time. And he says, I know it sounds like a cliche, but it's true.
The only thing you have is the game on a given day, and what A.J. figures is that he's got to get his team prepared and ready every individual day. And he said this second go round, and he managed at 34. We talked about that with the Diamondbacks. He felt that at that point he was a contemporary of a lot of the guys on the team. In fact, he told that team, he said, you know what, I should be playing instead of managing you guys, because then I could more effectively kick your butts when I had to do it. And he said, as a manager, you have different responsibilities. He learned a whole lot that first time around, and a whole lot that's going to make him as valuable a manager as he's going to be. He interviewed for the Cub job originally that Renteria got.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of people that really thought highly of him. He was also in the front office with San Diego.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Abreu at first. And LaRoche takes first base with Abreu moving to second.
That's the first walk of the ball game. McCullers has hit Adam Eaton twice, but the first walk by either pitcher. That's a whole lot of pitches in the early going. Pitch number 86 on the way with only 1 out here in the 5th.
That's going to bring on Alexei Ramirez Ramirez struck out in the first, doubled to left, and scored on Conger's throwing error in the third.
Sox fans, June 7th is Strikeout Stroke Day at U.S. Cellular Field. Join the White Sox in their effort to raise awareness of stroke warning signs and the importance of acting fast. F-A-S-T. If you learn what fast is, those are the warning signs of a stroke. So purchase your tickets today by visiting whitesox.com/strikeoutstroke. And Brett Strom is out on the mound. And one of the things he's telling to McCullers, and this is for sure, he's also looking at Conger, saying, I don't think a first ball fastball down the middle is going to retire Ramirez. So whatever you thought of last time when he pasted a double to left center field, let's think of something else. Let's go back to the game plan, and he's reminding him what the game plan was.
Abreu at second, LaRoche at first. One out here in the top of the fifth in Houston. Ramirez facing McCullers.
And he went to the breaking ball on the first pitch, but missed with it.
White Sox have stranded 6 runners here.
Astro bullpen up and going in right center field.
Conger keeps the ball in front of him.
There is the bullpen. Thatcher and Sipp, a couple of left-handers. You might remember Tony Sipp from his days with the Indians.
He had a rough road trip to Detroit and Baltimore.
He did that.
1-1 ball game. Sox and Astros. Here's McCullers against Ramirez on the 2-0 pitch. But Conger has been very busy tonight, has he not, Stephen?
Well, McCullers, although he's only walked one guy, has thrown a lot of pitches well wide of the zone, thrown a couple pitches in the dirt. But again, at 21 years old, you can tell the future is very bright for this young man. Right now, he's in a jam, a big jam.
3-0 pitch, and he walked him. And the White Sox have the bases loaded with 1 out here in the 5th. So Abreu will move to third. LaRoche advances to second, and you have Ramirez at first.
Give you an idea how wide of the plate those were. That's the first walk since April 19th for Alexei.
You said April the 19th?
April the 19th. Covering 143 at bats. So here comes A.J. Hinch, and that's going to be it for Lance McCullers Jr. He's going to go to the pen. And the night is done as he asks for the baseball, points to the pen. McCullers walks out. We'll step out and be back after these messages. Astros, 12 wins, Well, that's tied for first in the major leagues. 19 saves, also tied for first. Walks allowed, only 32. That is first in the major leagues. ERA at 2.13 is second. Strikeouts 161, and that's second. So last year the bullpen was a disaster. One of the reasons why they did what they did. It was a great improvement over the year before, just not quite good enough. This year things have turned out unbelievably well as we go through our Honda call to the pen, and it is Joe Thatcher. He's a left-handed specialist. He comes into this on for the 17th time, and you can see in 16 previous games he'd only thrown 9 2/3 innings. But he's fanned 11, so Gordon Beckham comes on a pinch hit for Connor Gillespie. He'll take over at third base. Bases loaded, only one out, and a chance to break this 1-1 tie.
With Gordon Beckham at the plate, 2 homers, 11 RBIs, 254. Thatcher on the mound, 1 out, and the pitch hit a called strike. Abreu at third, LaRoche at second, Ramirez at first for the White Sox. 1-1 ball game here in the top of the 5th. In the first of 3 in Houston, Texas, at Minute Maid Park. A 1 pitch, swung on, a high fly ball to right center field. Marisnik under it, makes the catch. A sac fly for Abreu at the plate. Safe.
What a throw by Marisnik. That ball just barely behind Jose. Unfortunately, he's able to beat the throw.
He's got a gun.
I didn't think it was going to be close at the plate, but it turned out to be very close. He sets up well and fires a 1-hop strike.
And the White Sox take a 2-1 lead.
Big RBI for Gordon Beckham. He was looking for something up in the zone, and he got it.
So now we have 2 outs. That's going to bring on J.B. Shuck. Fly to left in the second, ground to first in the third. 2 on, 2 out. Shuck against Thatcher.
Connor had a base hit and a strikeout in his 2 at-bats.
The delivery. And it's 2-0 with 2 outs. First and second for the White Sox. They have pushed across the go-ahead run here in the 5th inning of play. Outside, and it's 3-0. Overall, Steve, your thoughts on the Houston bullpen?
It's been very good of late. And as we know, bullpens are so important these days because starting pitchers just don't go that deeply into games.
3-0 pitch on its way. And he walked him. And so now the bases are loaded once again as LaRoche moves to third, Ramirez to second, and you've got J.B. Shuck at first.
Well, here's A.J. Hinch coming out, and this isn't what he had in mind. He brought in his left-handed specialist who retired the right-hand hitter, and he walks the left-hand hitter, so now he has to give way. So we're going to see the third pitcher of the inning. We'll step out and be back after these messages. And that's Will Harris on for the 19th time, and he's been awfully good. 1-0, the ERA, .40. When you give up 6 hits and 22 2/3 with 29 strikeouts and 6 walks, you've got unbelievable stuff. And he's one of the guys that A.J. Hinch will go to get to their closer, Luke Gregerson. He's probably in a little bit earlier than he would like him to be in tonight, but necessity, the mother of invention.
That was a pretty good group, too.
Very good group.
2-1 White Sox, top of the 5th. Bases loaded with 2 outs for Tyler Flowers, who struck out twice. LaRoche is at third, Ramirez at second, Shuck at first. White Sox trying to bust this baby open. 1-0 pitch from Harris. Two and 0.
Outfield shading a step toward right center field. The infield straight away and deep all the way around.
Harris against Flowers, the 2-0 pitch here in the 5th. And it is 3-0.
Nice quiet run. Would fit in very nicely here.
You got to take a picture.
Yes, you do.
Three and 0. 2 outs. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Now, do you take it again?
No, because you're probably going to get a fastball. And for Tyler, he gets a fastball middle in. He can hit it out of here.
Three and 1 the count. 2 outs. Top of the 5th. 2-1 Sox. The pitch swung on. Fouled back. 3-2.
He got that fastball at 92, but it was on the outer third, and he fouled it straight back. We got the pitch he wanted. It might not have been the location he wanted on the Honda pitch tracks, but it was a little bit out away from it.
Three and 2, 2 outs. Bases loaded for the White Sox. 2-1 Sox here in the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on. And this is going down the right field line, and this is headed to the seats. About 20 rows off to the right.
He's not throwing anything on the inside part of the plate. And he's put himself in a situation where everybody's going to be running. It pretty much takes a force out of the equation, and a chopper in the hole without a force out usually turns into an infield hit.
Here's the delivery. Swung back. Another foul ball for Flowers, who has 10 RBIs on the season. Good battle going on here, Steve.
Well, it's a great situation because the hitter has got to believe the pressure's on the pitcher. The pitcher, conversely, has got to believe that the pressure's on the hitter because he might expand his zone.
3-2. Harris looks in for the sign from Conga. Flowers.
He wants Flowers to step out. That's the reason why he was giving no signs at all. He wanted to change the rhythm, not hang a sign, and force Tyler Flowers to call timeout, which is what he did.
Good point, Steve. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, fly ball to right field. This is Springer under it. And that'll do it. White Sox strand the bases loaded. In fact, they've stranded 9 tonight. But the Sox get a run. They lead 2-1.
Carlos Rodon has his second lead of the night, and he's going to face the bottom part of the order here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. So far, Carlos has been terrific, has not yielded a walk yet, which is just a great sign.
VR, the shortstop, at the plate. VR grounded to short in the second. White Sox 2-5-0. Houston 1-5-1 here in the bottom of the fifth. The White Sox have stranded 9 runners. It's a 2-0 count now.
A lot of opportunities for the Sox tonight. They do have the lead. Could have been a lot more, but for some pretty good pitching to get out of jams in the first, the second, and the fifth.
Inside 3-0. VR and Marwin Gonzalez handled the shortstop duties for A.J. Hinch's ball club.
Marwin's had an interesting year. Interesting in that he's been to bat 102 times. He's walked once.
Here's a ball hitting the gap off the wall in right center field. VR is headed to second, had a notion to go to third, and then hustles back. So VR for the Houston ball club with a leadoff double to right center.
It shows you, even on guys that are not known as hitters, you fall behind 3-1 and you're going to give up some hard hit balls. This is a rocket in the gap in right field. He fell behind 3-0, had to go with the fastball. Then on 3-1 went with a fastball again, and that ball was hit awfully hard. So VR representing the tying run at second base.
That's to bring on Hank Conger, the catcher, who was robbed of a base hit, a diving grab by Adam Eaton in the third. Conger batting 171.
He does have a sacrifice this year, and it did come from the right side.
Rodon and the pitch outside. That was the 6th hit of the night for Houston. One-0 pitch. Hold strike.
Carlos caught a break there as that ball was a touch inside. Joe West has had a good night behind the plate. And when Joe is at the top of his game, and I think he is tonight, he's one of the best umpires around.
White Sox with a 2-1 lead. Here's the pitch, swung on, and a ground ball to Sanchez. Hits him in the chest. He recovers and gets the batter, Conger, but going to third on the play is VR.
That's going to get him high fives from an appreciative dugout. You see, they come over to him. They realize that he got the job done. He went up with the sole purpose of hitting the ball to the right side. Good play by Sanchez, because if you're not in front of that, that ball's going to hop out into the outfield. So he takes it in the chest, keeps it in front, realizing that he's got Conger, a catcher, going up the line. Takes his time, but Conger gets the job done.
Let's bring on Jake Marisnick, who's made some dazzling defensive plays at center field for Houston tonight. We have one out with a man on third. Swing and a miss by Marisnick. Came in with the Blue Jays in that major trade with the Marlins. Burley was in that deal. Reyes was in that deal. Bonifacio was also in that deal.
It's Gary Pettis, the third base coach, as he has a word with VR.
Swung on down the right field line, and it is going foul.
Here's an opportunity for a base runner. And that base runner, knowing he's 90 feet away and knowing with an 0-2 count and the best wipeout pitch that the opposing pitcher has, in this case Carlos Rodon, is that unhittable slider in the dirt. If Tyler Flowers calls for it, he's got to be ready to stuff anything.
0-2 pitch. Jonathan Villar at third. 1 out, 2 strikes.
With runners in scoring position, Marisnick has been great. We talked about the start he got off to offensively. Lately he's cooled off, but overall they love what he's given these Astros.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Picked up by Flowers, and he throws over the first after checking the running. We have 2 outs.
Good hard slider in the dirt. That's the wipeout pitch for Carlos, and a good stop by Tyler Flowers.
So George Springer to the plate.
This is a tough ball to stop because this one bounces just behind the plate. Tyler right on the call. Joe West says you didn't get him, so they got to complete the play to first. And now you just have to navigate your way by George Springer,
who has struck out twice. Once in the first, again in the third. We have 2 outs. Carlos Rodon on the mound for the White Sox. 2-5-0 for the Sox, 1-6-1 for the Stros. Villar remains at third with 2 outs. I like the poise of Rodon.
He's going to be a top of the rotation starter. And the lessons he's learning now are lessons he'll bring forward with him.
1-1.
You look at some pretty impressive numbers. The 1 run unearned.
One pitch, 2 outs. Swung on. That's a line drive to center field. Grabbed by Adam Eaton, and the inning is over. Nice piece of pitching by Carlos Rodon. And we go to the 6th. 2-1 White Sox. Chicago is the Fire. Go head-to-head with Montreal. The Impact. Coverage starts at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Carlos Sanchez will lead it off here in the top of the 6th, alongside former Cy Young Award winner Steve Stone. This is Chuck Swirsky filling in for Hawk Harrelson. Sanchez singled in the 2nd, flied out to center in the 4th.
They made some pretty good use of Will Harris. They claimed him off waivers from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks, for whatever reason, didn't like the fact that he struck out 35 hitters in 29 innings working out of their bullpen last year. But it gets to the point where you're looking at your 40-man roster. You're looking where you can clear the way for some young people, and there's no doubt that the Diamondbacks are in the midst of a rebuild.
Harris to Sanchez, catches the corner.
Harris, a big man at 6'4", 225. Makes his home right here in Houston.
White Sox nursing a 2-1 lead, looking for more here in the 6th. Carlos Sanchez has been terrific in the field at second base for the White Sox. 3-1 count, nobody out here. Top of the 6th. Three and two.
Carlos still a very young man. Been the youngest player in just about every league all the way up. But he was tearing it up at AAA to get his opportunity.
Fouled off to the left.
Beautiful ballpark with a retractable dome. They don't retract it too often. A lot of humidity, a lot of heat down here, and lately a lot of rain.
Too much rain, unfortunately. But I guess I'm old school, Steve. You know, I like outdoor baseball.
It'll be very nice, except your 81 game home schedule. Outside of some of your fans dying,
right,
you'd probably get in 45 of them. And there is one of the oddities of the ballpark.
That's how you're getting back to the hotel tonight.
There it is.
You like the oranges and you say, give me a ride.
It's just a terrific train.
Chop to Carter, bobbles the ball, flips over to Harris at first for the out.
Visit participating Chicagoland Great Clips salons by June 5th for a Great Clips Summer Sweepstakes. The grand prize winner will throw out the first pitch at Mullet Night on Friday, June 19th, plus White Sox tickets and a pregame patio party. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME. One of my favorite nights, Mullet Night.
Yeah, mullets were pretty popular in the 80s, especially in the National Hockey League.
Still popular with Barry Melrose.
Yes. 2-1 White Sox. One out. Adam Eaton at the plate takes a call strike. Eaton has been hit not once but twice. And he also struck out in the 4th. Another ground ball to Carter. And again a flip to Harris. And we have 2 outs.
Carter's doing it right at first base, and a lot of guys, it takes a while to learn this, but what pitchers appreciate is they want you to show them the baseball as he's heading over to first, because you got to right your footwork and you have to hit the inside part of the bag with your right foot. You want to be shown the ball, especially on an underhand flip. So there's Carter. For the second time in a row, he shows him the ball and then flips it to him, allowing him to right his footwork. I think Carter surprised some people as well as he's played first base, because they knew he could swing the bat. He wasn't going to hit for average, but he was going to drive in runs and hit the ball out of the park.
We have 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Melky Cabrera stepping in. He lined to center in the first, grounded out to Altuve with the bases loaded to end the 2nd. And then he flied to center in the 5th.
And Melky's going to want to try somebody else other than Jake Marisnick, because he's made 2 nice catches. One a spectacular catch, the other a nice catch. I think it's got to get a bit frustrating for Melky, because he has hit the ball hard. He doesn't strike out. He will make contact. But most of his line drives, especially over the last maybe a month, have just gone at people.
Little baseball news today, folks, with Kansas City beating the Cubs in Chicago, and also Matt Adams with a torn quad for the Cardinals, and there's a rumor that Ryan Howard could be on his way to St. Louis.
Well, I know Philadelphia would be certainly amenable to any deal that sends Ryan Howard somewhere else. Been a good player for them over the years, but right now they want to turn in another direction.
2-2 the count to Melky. That Cardinal ball club with the best winning percentage in all of baseball, second best percentage. You're watching that team tonight, folks, in Houston. Top of the 6th, 2 out. Here's the pitch, kept alive by Melky, off to the left.
Cardinals winning again tonight, shutting out the Dodgers in St. Louis 2-0. The Dodgers, however, threatening. Earlier today, Baltimore beat Tampa Bay 2-1.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Minnesota's leading Toronto 4-1 that game into the 5th inning.
Cabrera, that's going to be a fair ball for Carter, who's had a very busy evening. Takes it to the bag, and the side is retired. We go to the bottom of the 6th here in Houston. Good news, however, White Sox with a 2-1 lead.
Defense tonight. Jake Marisnik on a diving catch, robbing Melky Cabrera of a 2-base hit. Then Alexei going to his right, getting it across to cut down VR at first base. And Adam Eaton, a sinking line drive. He comes out and makes the play, taking it right off the grass. There's been some excellent defense on both sides of the equation.
Altuve at the plate. Singleton stole second in the first, fly to Shuck in the 4th. Here's a pitch, and he slaps it to left field for a base hit. Altuve on here with a leadoff at the bottom of the 6th.
Getting a first ball fastball, he gets it up. As you see, the Honda pitch tracks and drives it into left field. So their little spark plug is aboard. He's 15 out of 20 in stolen bases. However, Carlos has done a nice job of holding down a high-powered running game.
They'll bring on Tucker, who fly to Eaton in the 1st, grounded to Sanchez in the 4th.
Don Cooper told me about the delivery of Rodon. He said he's trying to shorten him up on the stretch, which is going to help his control and help combat base stealings. Altuve with great acceleration, good first step. Time now for our AT&T multi-view. We're getting a look at first base in the lead of Altuve. We're getting a center field camera shot of Rodon as he goes head-to-head with Tucker. Tyler looking over into the dugout at Mark Parent to see if he wants a slide step or a throw to first. As it turns out, it's a throw to first, which was a courtesy toss to just let Altuve know that Carlos has not forgotten about it.
And he'll get that sign, Steve, from the dugout.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll call pitch outs, they'll call slide steps, and they'll call throws to first.
Nobody out. 1-0 pitch. And it's 2-0 now on Preston Tucker.
Well, this is where normally the lefty-lefty advantages evens out, because you're up there zone hitting at 2-0. You're looking for a fastball. Most left-handers want to see a fastball, and they just as soon see it down.
Two and one the count.
He got his fastball, but Carlos kept it up. And that's a good thing as Tucker fouled it back.
And if you'd like to communicate with us, I'll be more than happy to pass on your thoughts and comments to Steve Stone, the best in the business. My Twitter address, Swersk, SWIRSK054.
Get lots of traffic?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
I assume he would get a bunch.
3-1 to count.
Especially with what has happened with the Bulls over the past couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And your job, which I think has been a terrific job right here with the White Sox.
Well, you know what, Steve, and I mean this sincerely. Without you, I'd be back doing the Columbus Clippers.
Well, it'd be a tough booth.
Yes. Well, here.
This is difficult enough for two people, let alone one person.
Yeah.
I still don't know. I marvel all these years at Vin Scully and how he's done it all these years.
Incredible. Just incredible. 3-1 pitch. Swung on. Chop foul. Carlos Rodon, drafted by the White Sox a year ago out of North Carolina State. Other North Carolina State hurlers, Tim Stoddard, who pitched for the Cubs.
He was one of my relievers also with the Baltimore Orioles.
He also played basketball. Won the NCAA championship, beat Marquette in '74. And also out of North Carolina State, Dan Plesac.
He was a good one.
Yep. Here's a ground ball over the outstretched glove of Abreu down the right field line. Altuve turns the corner at third and holds up. And now the Astros with runners at second and third.
That fastball was inside. It was a very good pitcher's pitch, but unfortunately Tucker beat it right into the ground and then almost a trampoline hop, taking it over the head of Abreu at first. This is a bad break. Just missing. 2 on. Nobody out. And here comes Don Cooper to have a word with Carlos Rodon.
What do you think they're talking about here with a meeting on the mound?
One of the things they're talking about is that you're going to play the infield back here. Even though you have just the 1-run lead, you want to stay out of the big inning. So you're probably going to concede Altuve scoring, making sure you try to knock everything down, and that's pretty much what he's talking to him about, is throw us a ground ball, make sure perhaps that it stays, at the very worst, the tie game. And he's telling him also, because he hasn't had much luck with Gaddis, he's telling him and going back over the scouting report and saying, look, he's gotten a couple of hits, but we'd like to work him this way.
The very dangerous hitter at the plate for the Houston Astros, and Evan Gaddis. Gaddis singled to left. And then again, a base hit to left in the fourth. Nobody out.
Don Cooper calling the bullpen. The bullpen is situated in left center field here at Minute Maid Park. That will probably change next year.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, little dribbler in front. Rodon fires to first, off the hand and net of Abreu.
Now the question is, they're going to call him out because he was inside the baseline. That took away the angle for Rodon. And they're going to call him out, and there's going to be a discussion. A.J. Hinch is most unhappy. He wants to talk with Joe West about it. He's going to say that he was well within where he should have been. We'll watch it again, and watch as he goes down the line. A chopper. Altuve can't score here. Carlos takes a look and then throws it Joe West calls him out.
Here's a different angle, Steve.
Now, right now, he's inside the baseline, and that's why he was called out. When you're going to first, they don't want you inside the baseline. You take the angle away from the pitcher, and you see it right here. He is clearly inside the baseline. That ball caroms off Gaddis, caroms off Jose. Best part about it, 1 out now and runners at second and third.
So score at 1-3. We have 1 out here. Swung on, line drive, grab. Here's the throw at the plate. Over the head of Flowers, backed up by Rodon. And the Astros have tied up the ball game at 2. And a line drive to Cabrera in left.
Cabrera able to play more shallow than you'd normally play because of that wall. So he comes in, catches a sinking line drive, and then doesn't secure the ball right away. Heads up base running on the part of Altuve. On the throw, which airmailed Tyler Flowers. Rodon backing up, but not before it hits off the screen, and Tucker advances. So sacrifice fly, E7, and a tie game.
That ball was scolded.
Carter with a couple of hits hit the daylights out of that one. Normally, that's an easy base hit to left field, not in this park. Daniel Webb loosening up in the bullpen.
2 outs, 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the 6th. Balbuena at the plate with a runner on third for Houston. Here's a ground ball. Stopped by Abreu. And the flip to Rodon. Did he make the play? Safe! And the run scores.
Big collision at first base. We'll have to see if Carlos is okay. He appeared to be a little late arriving to the bag. Trying to beat Balbuena. And he takes a good shot as he crosses over into the path of the runner. I don't think Balbuena had any other choice but to try to run him over. And now Mark Parent is talking about the play at first base. Good stop by Jose. Well, it looks to me like his foot had the bag. This throw is a little more loop in it than you would like. And the question is, did he hit the back of the bag? It's fortunate that he doesn't take a bigger shot from Balbuena. Looks like he might have hit the back of the bag, and we'll see.
I think you're right.
As Robin is going to challenge this. The initial call on the field was safe at first.
So Joe West put the old headset on to New York. They're crazy innings, Stephen.
It has that. A couple of hits, that was conventional. Then the ball that hit off of Gaddis and caromed off of Abreu, that was unconventional. Then a line drive rocket caught. An overthrow at the plate. You need a little more on this throw because it takes Carlos Rodon up. And the only question is, did the foot hit the bag? Balbuena had no choice at all but to hit Rodon here. And it's set up by that looping throw. We'll take a closer look at it.
I think he got the corner of the bag, did he? I don't know. That's tough.
He could very well have had it. But the review is going to go around to see if it was conclusive. And they're calling him safe because it was not conclusive.
Yep.
And that's going to score the go-ahead run. It goes E3. No run batted in.
Jonathan VR will step in. We have 2 outs here. The Astros have scored twice in the frame to take a 3-2 lead over the White Sox.
Valbuena not overly fast. He swiped one base in one attempt.
Here's the pitch. Inside. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs. It's been a long half inning for the White Sox. Houston has rallied to take a 3-2 lead, as Luis Valbuena reached on a fielding error by Abreu, and Tucker scored the go-ahead run. One 0 pitch coming up. 1-1. We're at the 80 pitch mark for Rodon. Here in the bottom of the 6th, 3-2 Houston. Astros with 8 hits, White Sox with 5. White Sox have stranded 9 runners. Rodon. High. Two-one pitch with a man on. Strike 2.
Good off-speed breaking ball, and he dropped it over the plate. That's another thing that Don Cooper was talking about. He said, I love his wipeout slider, but I want to see him throw more is that little looping breaking ball that he throws for a strike, because very few people are going to swing at it anyway.
VR's last trip to the plate, he doubled the right center in the 5th. He's 1 for 2. In 6 games career-wise, he's batting .400 against the White Sox. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. And we have a full count now at 3-2 with 2 outs. With a man on first for the Astros. Conger in the on-deck circle. Swung on. It's going to be fouled off to the right. The Astros 15-10 at home. They're playing .500 ball, 5-5 over the last 10 games. 3-2 Houston. 2 outs. 3-2 pitch with the man on. Ground ball to second. Sanchez over the first, and the inning is over. Houston comes up with 2 here in the bottom of the 6th. They've taken a 3-2 lead over the White Sox. Back to the moment from Houston, Texas. We go to the 7th.
Rodon. I think Coop is very happy with this performance tonight. He's facing a good ball club. He's held down their running game. He hasn't walked anybody. He's been let down with some spotty defense, but he's thrown the ball exceptionally well as Pat Neshek comes in the ball game. He's 3-0. His ERA a tick above 2.5. No walks in 17 2/3. He is one of the most unusual deliveries in baseball. Very tough on the right-handers.
So Jose Abreu will lead off the 7th for the White Sox, with the Astros coming up with 2 in the bottom of the 6th to take a 3-2 lead. Here's the pitch by Neshek. Houston also made a roster move. Scott Feldman's going to undergo knee surgery, and they brought up Michael Feliz, hard-throwing reliever, clocked in the mid-90s, came up from Double-A ball in Corpus Christi. Jose singled in the first, grounded to Altuve in the third, singled again to right center in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Slice foul to the right.
Last year, Neshek couldn't find a job. Finally convinced the Cardinals to take him on, and then went on to sign a long-term deal with the Astros. With his delivery, makes it very tough on the right-hand hitters.
A ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Another foul. One ball, 2 strikes. White Sox have stranded 9 runners.
Toyota Pitch Tracks will show you that there isn't really any bias one way or the other.
Neshek. Here's a ground ball, the one hopper to Altuve at second. And the toss to Carter. And Abreu, leading off the 7th, is retired.
The first 25,000 people who attend the Chicago White Sox game receive a game card courtesy of Jewel Osco with a coupon for $10 off a purchase of $100 or more. Jewel Osco, keeping it fresh, keeping it local. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME.
A lot of our Midwest listeners may remember Neshek. He pitched collegiately for the Butler Bulldogs. LaRoche steps in, takes a called strike. Neshek also another one of those Tommy John survivors.
Oh, there's a lot of those around.
It's almost like every broadcast I've been doing with this, Steve, for the past week. They're peppered all around Major League Baseball.
I would say it's at the point now where there are probably more guys having undergone Tommy John surgery than there are guys who never had that surgery. Neshek's been around. He was with Minnesota for quite some time, spent 4 years and parts of 4 years with them, then San Diego and Oakland and St. Louis, and here he is.
And LaRoche with a swing and a miss. So LaRoche striking out for the 3rd time tonight.
He puts it in the exact spot that Hank Conger wants. He wants it up. You saw him raise the glove. Al LaRoche, a noted low ball hitter. He got a couple of pitches down early, but with the wipeout pitch, he wanted it up and preferably face high.
This is the top of the 7th here in Houston, Texas. White Sox and Astros in a weekend series. Neshek has retired the first 2 hitters here in the frame. Ramirez squares around the bunt.
Good idea, because taking a look at Valbuena at 3rd, he was way back. That would have been a gift base hit.
3-8-1 for the Astros, 2-5-2 for the White Sox, who have stranded 9 runners. Ramirez struck out in the first, doubled to left, and scored on Conger's throwing error in the 3rd. He walked in the 5th. A lot of moving parts by Neshek.
That's what's kept him around this long, is that he's got one of the most unusual motions in the major leagues. So he doesn't have overwhelming stuff, but he does have deception.
And the pitch. Called strike.
You're looking at a man that has a career ERA of 2.77, which is absolutely unbelievable considering that he spent most of his time in the American League where the ERAs tend to rise. Last year was St. Louis, a 1.87 ERA.
Swing and a miss by Ramirez, and Nisha gets the job done. 1-2-3 for the White Sox here in the top of the 7th. Houston with a 3-2 lead. Bottom of the 7th inning here in Houston, Texas. Chuck Swirsky along with Steve Stone. I'm filling in, of course, for Hawk Harrelson, who will be back a week from tonight against the Tigers in a series in Chicago. Conger at the plate. Conger, the 8th man in the lineup for A.J. Hinch's ball club. Line drive grab by Eaton in the 3rd. Then he grounded out to 2nd in the 5th. So, Steve, as you know, we put up the Twitter handle, SWIRSGO54, and we have a lot of questions. Our fan base here that follows the White Sox, very loyal fan base, which we appreciate. They have a lot of questions for you, and I'm going to pass on a few.
Okay. I'm here.
Here's a question. Why do you wear a pink shirt? No. Here's a question, Steve. They want to know what happened to the power of the White Sox lineup.
Well, I think if I knew that, then Todd Steverson would know that, and then the power would be here. Nobody can figure out why a team that has a number of home run hitters suddenly stops hitting home runs. They do know when that happens, then you have to get more aggressive and manufacture some runs. But as to why the power is not there, I don't think there's any easy explanation. I think Todd Steverson has a good message. I think he's very thoughtful about how to approach certain at-bats. But you can only go so far, and eventually it all falls to the man swinging the bat.
3-2 pitch. I have so much respect for coaches at all levels. I mean, I see the Bulls assistants getting out there 3-4 hours prior to a ball game with our players. The same thing here with the White Sox staff. They've been awesome.
They're a hard-working bunch. They come out early. They stay late. That one foul.
By Beckham. Flips it over to the fans. Beckham replaced Gillespie in the ball game.
But if you want to get some extra hitting, well, the guys will be out there to accommodate you. You want to have Don Cooper look at you, maybe your side, to see you want to do something different. He's out there. The coaches obviously are of critical importance. They're also somewhat unsung heroes because they work tirelessly all season long.
Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, as Rodon retires Conger.
Carlos has just had very good stuff, and I think Robin probably has seen enough. The pitch count has gotten to the point where he doesn't want to extend them anymore. But all in all, this was some ball game. We're going to get a chance to watch him develop with each and every start, and this was one of his better efforts. So as he walks off, gets a big hand from a whole lot of Sox fans, surprising amount of Sox fans in attendance here in Houston. And we'll step out and be back after these messages. To him, 6 1/3, 8 hits, 3 runs, only 1 of them earned. And the big column, the goose egg, in the base on balls column to go with 4 strikeouts. So our Honda call to the pen after a fine performance by Carlos Rodon is Daniel Webb. He was anointed the 26th man in the doubleheader. He stayed around. Those are the numbers at Charlotte. 1-1, 4.01 ERA. And in his 1 game, 1 inning, and it was a pretty good one.
Webb with the pitch against Jake Marisnick, who flied to Shuck and right in the 3rd and struck out in the 5th. But he has been sterling in the field at center field for AT HOU's ball club tonight. 3-2 Astros. They pushed across a couple of runs in the 6th inning. And as Steve Stone mentioned, we're down with only 1 earned run of the 3. Check swing. 1-1 count.
Daniel's stuff is normally very good. Has a lot of movement. When he keeps it down, it sinks. That was a strike and did not get the benefit of the call.
2-1.
Joe hasn't missed many, and Tyler is talking to him about it.
1 out here. 3-1. 3-8-1 for Houston. 2-5-2 for the White Sox. Webb and the pitch. 3-2.
You'd love to get this guy out, because if he gets on, he's going to be running. Carlos Rodon absolutely neutralized their high-powered running game. But Marisnick has stolen 9 bags. You got to keep him off base.
Swing and a miss. Webb strike him out.
this a pretty big out. As he keeps his ball away, it's in a perfect spot, and Marisnick, for the second time tonight, goes down on strikes.
So we have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. We have word that Steven Strasburg had to leave the ball game with tightness in the arm.
Not surprising. He's had a whole lot of difficulties because of that motion.
George Springer struck out swinging in the first, struck out in the third, line to Eaton in the 5th. 0-1 the count with 2 outs. Here's a ground ball to short Ramirez. An easy play, but he gets Springer in the side retired. Good job by Webb replacing Rodon. We go to the 8th with the Astros in front 3-2 here in Houston. Jose Quintana takes the hill opposite Dallas Keuchel. Coverage begins at 2:30 on CSN Chicago. Looking forward to that one, Mr. Stone.
That should be a dandy. Chad Qualls comes into the game on for the 21st time. He's 1-2, his ERA .245. He's been called on occasionally to save some games. He's been successful 4 out of 5 times. Last year he was the closer on this team, did a respectable job. But they got Luke Gregerson, and Gregerson now is the full-time closer, slotting Qualls down. And he was here on that Astro team in 2005 that the White Sox took apart in the World Series.
Yeah, this is his second year of his second stint, as you mentioned, Steve, with the Houston Ball Club, as Beckham will step in. Hit a sac fly to Marisnick. Here's Beckham with the deep drive to left center field, and that baby is gone. A home run for Gordon Beckham. And we have a tie ball game, folks, at 3 here in Houston in the top of the 8th.
Chad Qualls gives up just his second home run of the year. Gordon Beckham steps up and gets a high sinker, and high sinkers go a long way. He takes it way out of here.
So we have a 3-3 ball game and a solo blast by Beckham.
And Qualls, who gave up the grand slam to Paul Konerko in the 2005 World Series, no stranger to the long ball.
That seems like yesterday, does it not? It's been 10 years, however.
Pretty amazing.
Chuck fly to left in the second, grounded to first. Carter in the third, then walked in the 5th. 3-8-1 for the Astros, 3-6-2 for the White Sox. Qualls has really bounced around. But the good news for him, he's been in the big leagues a long time. Let's see, Steve. 3 years here with Houston, 04 to 07, as you mentioned. Then Arizona, Tampa Bay, San Diego, the Yankees, Pittsburgh, Miami, then back to Houston.
He's always been able to take the ball. It's been at times more effective than others, but he's been a part-time closer. That one fouled right off the anatomy of J.B. Shuck. Gordon Beckham came out as a pinch hitter in the 5th inning. He came on with the bases loaded and he drove home a run. Then he hits a home run, driving in his 2nd run. So a good night for Gordon. He's got 3 home runs. He's driven in 13.
Two the count. Nobody on here. Beckham has tied up the ball game with a home run. Here's a ground ball to Carter. He takes it to the bag himself and barely gets him.
Looks like Quall's a little tardy getting in the bag, and so Carter had to sprint.
You're right. He was so cavalier about that.
I mean, yeah, he's in fact, he mentioned something about, I'm sure, getting over there. You watch Qualls here, that hesitation, and then it takes him a while, and he's just slowing down. He believed that Carter was going to make it, and he just barely did.
So Tyler Flowers at the plate here with 1 out in the 8th inning. Struck out in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th, fly to right with the bases loaded in the 5th. Love what the White Sox are getting out of this road trip, Steve, from Beckham.
Got a tremendous defensive series in Toronto. Gordon's just a very handy man to have around. Whatever it is that Robin calls upon, Gordon will give you a pretty good at bat and give you an outstanding defense wherever he puts it.
1-0 pitch. Sox keep battling away despite stranding 9 runners here in game 1 of this 3-game set. Qualls looks in for the sign, and here's the 1-1 pitch. Little dribbler to right. Altuve at second. Makes the out for the White Sox. And the Sox have 2 down here in the 8th.
Sox fans, celebrate a special birthday or anniversary, or even host a business function in the Diamond Suite at U.S. Cellular Field. Diamond Suites can accommodate 10 to 100 guests. Single game packages include a great food menu, beverages, and parking passes. To purchase, visit whitesox.com/group.
You know, sometimes, Steve, Bill Wennington is my broadcast partner with the Bulls, is able to go to a suite, and he tells me that the desserts are scrumptious.
I think all the food is great.
There's a ground ball again to Altuve, an easy 4-3 play, and the side retired. However, folks, good news for the White Sox. Beckham goes yard and tied up at 3.
got a couple of changes. A surprising change at first. It's Tyler Flowers as he moves from behind the plate, and that means that Giovanni Soto checks in behind the plate. Daniel Webb still on the mound, only now it's a tie game.
Altuve at the plate from Daniel Webb.
There he is, Jose, in the dugout. And we'll have to find out if something is bothering him.
Yeah, Penny for his thoughts. 3-3 ball game. Altuve with a chopper. Ramirez spins, throws, and he is out.
Big out when you've got a right-hander on the mound, and one of their most prolific base stealers just retired at first. Altuve has a couple of hits, was bidding for his third. Alexi comes up, fires it across, and gets him by a step.
So now Preston Tucker steps in against Webb. Tucker fly to Eaton first, grounded to Sanchez in the fourth, doubled in the sixth. And that ball is well hit. Eaton plays it on one hop, fires into the infield, and sliding in with a double. Preston Tucker. Eaton did a nice job. Had to cover a lot of territory out there, Steve.
Second double of the night for Tucker, and this ball slicing away from Adam Eaton, so Preston Tucker realizes it's worth the gamble. Doesn't matter how good the arm of the outfielder is if he's going away from the throw, and with the play right in front of him, you don't need a first base coach. He decides to test Adam Eaton, who gets over there quickly enough, but takes a while because of the speed to get it back in. It was a good play. But unfortunately, there's a very deep left center field here.
Evan Gattis, always dangerous. 3-3 ball game. Houston with a man on second. We have one out here in the bottom of the eighth after Beckham tied it up with a solo blast in the top of the inning. Tucker at second after doubling his seventh of the season. Inside.
Outfield straight away and very deep, as you would expect. You just don't have to play all that deep in left field, however. Probably move in 5-8 steps, because if it does go over your head, it's going off the wall.
Swing and a miss by Gattis.
When Daniel Webb's slider is right, he's very tough on right-handers.
Gattis with a couple of hits tonight for Houston. Two of the Astros 9 in a 3-3 ball game. Gattis swinging and a miss. He struck him out.
There is that slider. Perfect pitch, low and out of the zone, but tantalizing enough where Gattis couldn't check it up. This is the pitch that Daniel Webb has got to get in the neighborhood when he gets ahead of hitters, because nobody does much with it. So now meeting at the mound. He wants to go over with him what they want to do with Chris Carter. Carter's hit the ball hard 3 times, has a couple of base hits, a sacrifice fly, and 2 driven in. Been a busy night for the big right-hand hitter, who is enormously strong.
Preston Tucker remains at second with 2 outs. Always a pleasure talking White Sox baseball. Chuck Swirsky along with Steve Stone here in Houston. Chris Carter is a big, big man and can swing a big, big bat.
And we're going to see the Rangers next. Josh Hamilton hit 2 home runs tonight.
Wow.
That game's still going, 7-4. Texas over Boston.
Here is Webb. Checks the runner at second. Here is the pitch. And a cold strike.
Jose was having some problems with the index finger. We saw that a few games ago. I believe it happened initially at U.S. Cellular Field on a slider that he caught off the end of the bat. He must have irritated it again. You hate to see that big man out of the lineup.
Swing and a miss by Carter, who whipped 182 times last year.
Well, if Daniel throws another couple of sliders there, if the first one doesn't end it, the second one is going to.
Here's the 0-2 pitch with a man on second and Tucker for Houston with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. And he struck him out. Had to wait for the first base umpire, George Morales, to make the call. But we go to the 9th in that 3-3 ball game here in Houston, Texas.
Here are our Miller moments. It's Gordon Beckham for his second at bat of the night. Chad Qualls had just come in the game and throws a high sinker. That high sinker tied the game at 3 on Gordon's 3rd home run of the year. And then Daniel Webb with a good hard slider that ends the inning. Chris Carter going down on strikes on the appeal to Gabe Morales, and that is that. So Luke Gregerson comes in the ball game. He's the closer, as A.J. Hinch is going to play by an inning, bring in your closer, and try to win it in the bottom of the 9th.
Swing and a miss by Eaton Gregerson from Chicago, from Morton High School in Berwyn. Attended St. Xavier University. Has toiled for the Padres in Oakland his first year with Houston. Here's the pitch. Oh, 2 count on Adam Eaton. Eaton has been hit twice in this ball game. Opened it up in the first, got hit again in the second.
Gregerson was always known as a top of the line setup man. He was an 8th inning pitcher most of his career.
Eaton whips.
Since coming here to Houston, they've decided that he would be better suited as a closer. Last year, a good year with Oakland. Only called on to save 3 games. The most saves he's ever had in his career was 2012 with San Diego, when he had 9. He already has 13, and he's going to be their full-time guy coming in late.
So we have one out here in the ninth. In a 3-3 ball game, Melky Cabrera at the plate. Swings at the first pitch. Cabrera lined to center in the first, grounded out to Altuve with the bases loaded to end the second. Fly to center in the fifth, grounded out unassisted to Carter in the sixth.
Gregerson's given up 4 home runs in 21 innings. And Melky seeing every line drive that he's hit caught recently. It'd be a very nice time to try to get out ahead of one, although it's tough for left-hand hitters in this park.
Sox tied up the ball game in the eighth on a solo blast by Gordon Beckham. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Gregerson to Cabrera, swings and misses, and he struck him out.
That pitch was out of the zone. Melky is saying that he tipped it. Joe West is saying, well, I don't think so. Take a seat.
So Joe Soto's coming in now as filling up the slot for Abreu.
There you look at. It looks like a sinker. Joe West is saying he did indeed touch it.
2 outs here in the top of the ninth. Soto has played 3 games on this road trip, taking us from Toronto to Baltimore. He is 2 for 11 on the season, 2 homers, 7 RBIs, and 190 batting average.
The bullpen up and going. You don't score, it's Putnam. You do score, it's Robertson. It's as simple as that.
As Gregerson has struck out Eden and Cabrera here in the top of the ninth. 2-0 count on Gio Soto. Now 3-0 count.
Adam LaRoche in the on-deck circle, waiting for a chance to do some damage. It has not been a good offensive night for Adam.
He's going to take a base.
Hey parents, you're looking for a fun activity for your kids this summer? The White Sox baseball camps are open to boys and girls ages 5 through 12 and will be in over 50 communities. Every camper gets an exclusive tour of U.S. Cellular Field and gets to meet a current White Sox player and coach. Call 630-PLAY-BALL or visit BullsSoxAcademy.com to find a camp near you.
Mike Huff does a great job with that camp. Larry Stewart on the basketball side as well. Some really, really good people, and they do a fantastic job. So we have 2 outs here. Top of the ninth, Soto at first for the White Sox. LaRoche at the plate. Here is Gregerson. Delivers. Swung on. And simply put, hits it out. Chris Carter, that was an easy play. Stepping on the bag. We go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 3.
In-game highlights, along with live look-ins, replay previews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. So Zach Putnam comes in the game. He's got to get this one into the 10th inning. His record 1-1, his ERA 4.70, on for the 18th time. 21 strikeouts and 15 1/3. And he's going to face Valbuena, Villar, and I would assume Colby Rasmus, pinch hitting for Hank Conger. We'll have to see what A.J. Hinch has in mind. He's got Rasmus, a pretty good hitter, a powerful hitter on the bench. And there's a look at some of the Sox fans that came down to enjoy a very entertaining weekend.
So at the plate, Luis Valbuena, and for Valbuena, into a 4-3 double play, grounded to Ramirez in the fourth, reached on base on a throwing error by Jose Abreu, who's now out of the ball game with Tyler Flowers patrolling first, Sanchez at second, Ramirez at short, and Beckham at third.
We haven't seen it tonight from Valbuena, but he loves to flip the ball to left field. And those are inviting seats. So Zach has got to keep the ball down.
Here's Putnam's first pitch. Called strike. Three-three ball game here in the bottom of the ninth. Oh, 2 quickly by Putnam.
That was a good splitter. That one just dove out of the zone.
Soto behind the plate for the White Sox. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Another good splitter. He had Valbuena well out in front of it. You see on pitch tracks, only one pitch was in the zone. But he got it over anxious, Luis Valbuena. Well out ahead of everything he was throwing.
So Jonathan Villar is come to the plate. Villar grounded to short in the second, double to right center in the fifth, grounded out in the sixth. Putnam, and it's a 1-0 count.
They are a switch hitter, actually very similar from each side of the plate.
The count on Villar. We have one out here in the bottom of the ninth in a 3-3 ball game. The kick and delivery, and it's 2-0. Conger in the on-deck circle, but we will see, as Steve Stone mentioned, what A.J. Hinch likes to do. 2-0 pitch.
Medical report on Jose Abreu is he left the game with an irritation of the right index finger, something that has been giving him some trouble. And there is a look at Hank Conger. Jason Castro, the other catcher on this team.
3-0 pitch. Called strike. (3-1) with one out here, bottom of the ninth, 3-3 ball game. And he walked it.
So Conger is going to hit for himself. And Villar, pretty good base stealer. Been successful 4 of 5 times. These Astros have been successful 42 of 54 times stealing a base this year. They've been very aggressive.
Conger, a line drive grab by Eaton in the third, grounded to second in the fifth. Zach Putnam. Here's the pitch. 1-0 here in the bottom of the ninth with VR at first. Flowers holding VR on at the bag. Hank Conger at the plate. 1-0 pitch. Back to first.
When a base runner sees that he can get back easily on a lead, that's when you take another step.
One 0 the count with one out. The set. Back to first.
A little closer that time, but he still got back in under the tag.
What kind of pickoff move does Putnam have?
He's got quick feet. It's a decent move, not a great move, but it's good enough to get the attention of a base stealer. And there you look at Colby Rasmus, who probably will factor into this one.
Did he get him? No, safe.
That was a little closer than the last time. Good throw. It looks like VR was leaning the wrong way. If that throw is on the outfield side of the bag, they probably get him. Tyler had a long way to go with the tag.
1 ball, no strikes. 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth in a 3-3 ball game.
A right-handed move at first base depends solely on quickness. A left-handed move to first base depends solely on deception.
Two 2-0. Bottom of the ninth with 1 out. Hank Conger at the plate. VR, the runner at first.
First base coach is Richie Dower, former teammate of mine with Baltimore.
Yeah.
He was a very good second baseman.
Yes, he was.
Played at Southern Cal and broke Freddie Lynn's home run records at Southern Cal.
Wow. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Did Dower replace Bobby Grich? Or was there a player in between? Somewhere in that same generation.
Yeah, I think there was a player in between, and then Dower took over full time.
2 balls and a strike.
Billy Smith was that player in between.
We have 1 out here, bottom of the ninth, 3-3 ball game. Putnam. Here's the peg to second. Did they get him? Got him.
No, they're gonna appeal that.
He was called out, so let's see.
I'm pretty sure they're going to appeal that. Let's see what happens. It was a good throw by Giovanni Soto. They're checking now if, in fact, A.J. Hinch wants the appeal. Good slide step. He got rid of it quickly. The throw into second. That looked like he got him. But they're going to, if you're A.J. Hinch, you absolutely have nothing to lose here in challenging this.
Beautiful throw by Soto.
Aided by a very quick release on the part of Putnam. So we'll slow it down. Long way to go with the tag.
After seeing that view, Steve.
What I saw with the naked eye before the slowdown was that he made it. Then you look at in slow motion the different angles, and it's pretty hard to tell. But the call on the field is he was out at second. This Quite obviously a very big call. That's the winning run, either in the dugout or in scoring position.
And it has to be conclusive.
Yes, it does.
So we will see. And the wheels are turning here in Houston with the umpiring crew on the headset to New York.
This is about as slow as we can get it. If in fact he is tagging him here, and you can't really tell that, he's got him before he's at the bag.
Well, VR is watching, as everyone is here at Minute Maid Park.
You got him. So VR is cut down for just the second time this year. It's a great throw by Soto, and he was afforded the opportunity because of a slide step by Putnam.
So that has changed things radically here in Houston. Two balls, two strikes, now 2 outs. Fly ball to deep left field on the track, however, the catch by Cabrera, and that's going to end it. And guess what, folks? We get free baseball. We're going to the 10th here in Houston. You gotta love it. We're tied at 3.
Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side.
Got a new pitcher coming in the ball game, and it is Josh Fields. So A.J. Hinch gambled with his closer. They didn't win the game, and Fields comes on 2-0. His ERA .77. Only 20 strikeouts in 11 2/3, so he's been pretty good. The entire bullpen has been very good. And so Alexei looking for that first ball fastball.
In the top of the 10th here in Houston, 25,957. It's about 3,000 over their season average per game here. This one hits the dirt, rolls to the backstop. And a 1-0 count to Alexei, who struck out in the first, doubled the left and scored on Conger's throwing error in the third. He walked in the fifth and struck out in the seventh. Beckham tied up the ball game with a solo blast in the 8th inning, and that's where we are right now. 3-3 here in the 10th. Lazy fly ball coming over is the right fielder Springer with the grab.
Fields has always been known as a hard thrower. At times, the control has eluded him, but he's got a very good arm, fits nicely in that bullpen.
And the man of the hour, Gordon Beckham at the plate. Beckham replaced Gillespie at third. Beckham with a left center field solo shot. His 7th of the season. Check that. Let me check that on Beckham. That's his 3rd. I beg your pardon. (2-0) count on Beckham. Fields with the pitch. Swing and a miss by Gordon. I'd like to see Gordon have 7 by the end of this series.
I'd like to see him have 4 by the end of this night.
Three ball game here in the 10th. Three and 1 the count. Grounder to Carter. He's going to step on the bag himself. A lot of balls hit his way tonight, Steve.
And by and large, he's handled them flawlessly. And quickly 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 10th. J.B. Shuck's a guy that can bunt, so he's going to be taking a close look at Valbuena, see where he sets up. Right now, he's even with the grass at third. And now he's moving in a couple of steps.
Last trip up, he grounded to first in the 8th inning of play. 2 outs here in the 10th. 3-3 ball game.
And if you haven't heard, J.B. Shuck continues to play because of the knee of Avisail Garcia. However, the knee is much improved. They were even speculating he might be used as a pinch hitter tonight. Certainly he'll be ready to go by tomorrow, and we'll have to see how that plays out. That's a big bat on the bench.
Yeah, they're really looking forward to getting Avi back in the lineup.
And he doesn't want to miss any more time. He had such a difficult year last year, watching his teammates go out there each and every day. He couldn't participate. He came back long before he should have come back. And this year, getting off to just a great start. He certainly wants to get in as much play as he possibly can. He's hitting .327.
2-0 pitch to Shuck. And 3-0 the count. And he walked him. So this is going to put Shuck at first with Flowers coming to plate. And we have 2 outs here in the 10th.
Conger going out there to have a word with Fields.
So the White Sox, who have stranded 10 runners tonight, 3-6-2 for the White Sox, 3-9-1 for Houston. Fields with the pitch. Fouled back.
Pretty good lead at first base by JB, representing the go-ahead run. He's got big speed. We saw him use it in Baltimore. He's 4 for 4 in stolen bases, but not a good pitch to run because 0-1 is an easy pitch to pitch out.
Runner going. Here's the throw to second. He is out. So Shuck thrown out at second, and an attempted steal. We go to the bottom of the 10th in a 3-3 ball game. At a 3-3 ball game in the bottom of the 10th.
Zach Putnam on for his second inning of work. He had a strikeout and a walk and a caught stealing behind him in that 3-batter ninth. So now he's got to deal with a fast runner, Marisnick, before he heads to the top with two speed burners in Springer and Altuve.
Marisnick struck out against Webb. 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 10th. Here is Putnam with the pitch.
Looking for a couple of bright spots. Daniel Webb was terrific tonight in an inning and 2/3. He fanned 3. But the story and the night belongs to Carlos Rodon, who didn't walk anybody in 6 1/3. He threw the ball brilliantly, gave up the 3 runs, but only one of them earned. And this was more like the guy that they expected to see when they picked him 3rd in the country. He's got really good stuff.
Here in the bottom of the 10th, 1-1 count. One and two. Now, does a hitter, Steve, go up to the plate? I just want to end it.
2 outs and nobody on. Your big hitters are thinking about hitting the ball out of the park. Marisnic's thinking about just getting on base. He knows with his speed and the fact that if he can get on, you got some pretty good hitters coming up after him. That's his job. Not that he can't hit it out of the park, because he can. But that's not what he's thinking about.
Marisnick is 1 for his last 19. There's a deep drive to left field, the curving foul.
Fortunately, out ahead of it. Marisnick's hit 3 home runs. That one stayed up a little bit longer than Zach wanted.
One-two pitch into the Sox dugout.
Was in the dugout, and looks like Avi.
I think you're right.
Had to dodge it. He's okay. Telling us he's all right. That's good. Can't afford to get him to get hurt anymore.
No. 1-2 pitch. Nobody else here in the bottom of the 10th. A 1-2 count. Putnam on the mound against Jake Marisnick, the center fielder for Houston. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
It's 3 strikeouts tonight. Marisnick not very happy, but you don't see good splitters all that often. The bottom just sinks out of that. And Marisnick has the hat trick.
So George Springer, who struck out swinging in the first, struck out again in the third. He lined to Eaton in the fifth. Grounded to short in the seventh against Webb. Three-3 ball game with 1 out. If you just joined us here, Carlos Rodon started, and your impressions of his performance tonight, Steve?
I thought that everything that he threw moved, and he kept everything in the zone.
Big swing by Springer.
Just overall an outstanding performance, as was Daniel Webb's.
A ball, a strike, and an out. Here in the bottom of the 10th, Zach Putnam from Ann Arbor, Michigan, attended Pioneer High School in that city, then went on to pitch for the University of Michigan.
It was a nice pick by Soto as that ball bounced a good 4 feet in front of the plate. Just nestled in the glove on 1 hop.
Springer's batting average has dipped to .224. Here's the pitch outside. We're 3-1 with it out.
Springer last year showed that he's a superstar in the making. He had 20 home runs, drove in 51 runs in 78 games last year. So the upside of this young man is absolutely unlimited.
Three-one pitch. And he walked him. So that's going to put Springer on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th.
Jennings and Nuesi in the pen, and Springer is 11 out of 12 in stolen bases. And he's not going to hesitate to take off. So here comes Don Cooper, who's going to remind him of the fact that you might want to use a slide step because you've got, if not their best base stealer, probably overall their fastest runner. Altuve has stolen more, but Springer has a better percentage. And so far tonight, the Sox pitchers and the catchers have shut down the Astro running game. And that's something pretty tough to do.
So, Steve, if you're in the Astro dugout right now with A.J. Hinch, how are you going to handle this situation with Altuve at the plate with a man on?
Well, you got a couple of choices. First of all, you know, if you are successful on a stolen base by Springer, then Altuve is going to go to first base. They're going to walk him, take the bat out of his hands, as he's one of the best hitters they have. But either way, I got to run with Springer somewhere early in the sequence, if not on the first pitch. And Giovanni looking over at Mark Parent to see if he wants to throw over to first base.
With a man on first, Putnam goes over to the bag. Flowers is at first. 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 10th. 1 out here at Minute Maid Park. Altuve stepping in against Putnam. Flowers holding on Springer at first.
Talking to Vince Coleman this spring, and he was brought in to help the base stealers and the base runners. He said the pitchers that gave him the most difficulty stealing bases were the guys that would hold the ball on it. Our Parent giving signs to Soto.
Crowd getting a little bit restless here. 3-3, bottom of the 10th, 1 out. Springer out at first. Altuve at the plate. One ball, no strikes.
See, Mark is giving hand signals to Giovanni Soto.
One-0 pitch. 2-0 the count here in the bottom of the 10th. Two-0 pitch. Chop foul of the dugout of the White Sox to our left.
Altuve very anxious. That ball was well out of the zone and could have easily been a 3-0 count. But he tried to attack and wound up seeing the count go to 2-1. Take a look at where the last pitch appears. It's way out of the zone. Only thing Altuve could do with that was hit it foul.
Couple of base hits tonight for Altuve. 2 of the Astros 9. He goes back to first.
Because this is such a good pitch to run on, that's why Putnam is playing close attention to Springer.
2 balls and a strike with 1 out. Springer, the runner at first. Altuve, the batter. Putnam on the mound for the White Sox in a 3-3 game. Squares around the bunt.
Springer was going, and then he couldn't get a jump. He actually made 2 false starts at first base. Looked to me like he was running. Watch it here. He's going, and then he can't.
Three balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the 10th inning in a 3-3 ball game here in Houston. Springer, slight lead at first. Flowers holds him on. Altuve at the plate. And back to first we go.
Well, pretty much you're thinking about sending him here because Altuve's only fanned 19 times in close to 200 at bats. So he's going to make some contact. Let's see what A.J. Hinch wants to do with his running game.
The set. The check of the runner. And the 3-1 pitch. And he walked him. We have runners now here in the bottom of the 10th. Springer moves to second. Altuve at first.
And here comes Robin. Looks like he's going to go to Jennings. So Dan Jennings is going to come into this ball game with the game on the bases. And as Zach Putnam walks out, we'll step out and be back after these messages. Jennings on for the 19th time. He's 0-1. His ERA 6.75. Had a tough outing in the nightcap, coming in after Chris Beck. Pitched an inning, gave up a run on 3 hits with a strikeout. And he inherits the winning run at second base. And 1 out.
Dan Jennings steps off the mound as he approaches the rubber. Big moment here in the bottom of the 10th in a 3-3 ball game. Preston Tucker at the plate. With a base hit in this ball game, he doubled in the 6th. And then he came through again with a double to left center in the 8th. He is 2 for 4. Springer, the runner at second. Altuve at first with 1 out here. Jennings with the pitch. Tucker swings and lofts a fly ball down the left field line. Beckham made a valiant effort, but it bounces into the stands.
It's a long way to go and no chance at all for Melky. He was playing deep in left field. As Tucker sliced that ball, Gordon giving it the good shot, but couldn't get there in time.
0-1 count coming up for Preston Tucker. Jennings, the 4th Sox pitcher on the mound. Runners at first and second for the Astros here in the bottom of the 10th in a 3-3 ball game. No balls and a strike. The tension starting him out here in the bottom of the 10th. Tucker facing Jennings. One and one.
Rob Drake said he checked his swing.
They have only 1 out for Houston here in the bottom of the 10th with runners at first and second. Springer at second, Altuve at first. One pitch with 1 out. Pop up. Beckham makes the catch. Tucker is retired. And we have 2 outs. And now Evan Gattis comes to the plate. Gattis single to left. Got another base hit to left in the 4th.
And here comes Don Cooper. He wants to talk to Dan Jennings about how they want to work Evan Gattis.
Well, how do you work to him?
Well, the one thing that you'd like to do would be to throw one in under his hands. Go in off the plate. Try to allow him to jam himself. Having a talk with Chris Carter. In the first inning, Evan Gattis had a ringing base hit, but Melky came up and gunned down Altuve on a perfect throw to the plate.
That was a gorgeous throw, and the conference has ended here on the mound. 2 outs. Evan Gattis at the plate against Jennings.
He's seen him once, and Dan struck him out.
3-3 ball game, bottom of the 10th inning. Runners at first and second. for Houston. Springer at second, Altuve at first.
Milwaukee's awfully deep in left field. On a base hit, it's going to be really tough to throw out Springer from where he is.
Gaddis has 10 home runs on the season and 30 RBIs. Two outs here, bottom of the 10th, 2 on. What a no to Evan Gaddis. Astros started the evening 6-game lead over the Angels in the American League West. Gaddis steps in with a 1-0 count. With 2 outs here, Jennings on the mound for the White Sox. The pitch. One. Astros returning after 5 games on the road to Detroit and Baltimore, where they went 2-3. They're 15-10 at home, but they have won 7 of their last 8 here at Minute Maid Park. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th in a 3-3 ball game. Springer at second, Altuve at first. Evan Gaddis at the plate. The pitch.
Get that ball low and away, and he fouled it off. So thinking optimistically, it'll be Flowers, Sanchez, and Eaton in the top of the 11th.
I love your optimism.
Got to make some good pitches. He's kept the ball down with all 3.
The delivery.
Nice stop by Gio. With the base runner not at third but at second, you can afford a breaking ball in the dirt. Even if it does get away, they're not going to be able to score. So he was hoping on Gaddis expanding his strike zone, but nothing doing.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for Houston here in the bottom of the 10th, and a 3-3 ball game with the White Sox at Astros. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the inning is over. Nicely done by Jennings. And we go to the 11th in a 3-3 ball game here at Minute Maid.
Steaks, beef jerky, feed your wild side.
And welcome back, Chuck Swirsky with the great Steve Stone. And Steve, we're in the 11th inning. You gotta love it, huh?
Like it a lot more with a run here generated by the bottom part of the order before they flip over to Eaton, who's due up third.
Tyler Flowers stepping in the 11th inning. Nice piece of work done by Jennings in the bottom of the 10th.
It appeared his desire was to get him out of the strike zone. He went low and then he went high and he expanded his zone.
Oh, and 2 the count to Tyler Flowers.
7th pitcher used by the Astros. And the 8th pitcher would be Tony Sipp.
So Fields delivering to Tyler Flowers, an 0-2 count on Tyler here in the top of the 11th inning. And Flowers swings and misses, and he struck him out.
Big overhand curveball. Tyler way out in front of it. Nice stop by Conger behind the plate.
So Flowers whiffs for the 3rd time tonight. That's going to put Carlos Sanchez at the plate. 3-3 ball game, 3-9-1 for the Astros, 3-6-2 for the White Sox. White Sox have stranded 10 runners, Houston with 7.
The early part against Lance McCullers was very frustrating because the Sox stranded 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third, and 3 in the 5th. They had McCullers on the ropes, couldn't put them away, and here we are deep into the ball game.
2-0 the count to Sanchez. Eaton on the on-deck circle for the White Sox. Sox in a stretch. 16 of 22 on the road. We started this road trip Monday in Toronto. White Sox lost 2 of 3 to the Blue Jays, split a twin bill yesterday in Baltimore. The pitch. And Sanchez will take a stroll to first base.
Now you would think that would be it for Fields because you got the left-hander in Eaton and you want to face Cabrera from the right side. So here comes A.J. Hinch. We'll assume that Tony Sipp is ready. Let's see what he has to say to Josh Fields, and that's it. So Tony Sipp is going to come into the ball game, and as he trots in, we'll step out and be back after these messages. He's the 8th Astro pitcher of the night. He's 2-2, but his ERA a fine 1.53. Only 3 walks and 20 strikeouts in 17 2/3 innings. You might remember him with the Cleveland Indians. He was a pretty good member of a good bullpen. He asked for his release from the Padres in order to sign a major league contract with the Houston Astros. That was back on May 2nd of last year. And now he's found himself right in the middle of a very good Astro bullpen. A bullpen that was reconstructed from last year to this.
Got a little trivia for you about Tony Sipp. Oh, in the course of the situation with Detroit and Baltimore and their road trip, Houston's road trip. Sanchez on at first. Sipp on the mound for Adam Eaton. Tony Sipp, Steve, gave up 2 consecutive pitches to 2 different teams on the road trip for game-winning home runs. In Detroit in the 11th off the bat of James McCann. Then Wednesday, Davis hit a home run in the bottom of the 8th, and that was the game-winning home run that turned out to be. 3-3 ball game here in the 11th. The pitch.
Only we could revisit one of those pitches in the zone. Adam can do what he did in Baltimore, which is reach out, hook it over the left field wall. But with the huge gap in right center field, if he can get out ahead of one of those Sipp breaking balls, there's plenty of room down the line in right and a whole lot of room in right center.
A ball that is strike with it out. Sanchez at first. 1-2. As Steve mentioned, the 8th pitcher utilized by A.J. Hinch. McCullers started. Thatcher, Harris, Neshek, along with Qualls, Gregerson, Fields, and now Sipp. Three-three ball game here in the top of the 11th. Adam Eaton at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Sanchez, the runner at first. Sipp. And there's a looping fly ball, and it's going to drop in for a base hit. And the White Sox have runners at first and second.
Carlos is trapped on this one because he doesn't know if it's going to stay up long enough for Springer to come get it. You certainly don't want to get doubled off, taken out of the inning, so he's taking a look. When he realizes that Springer can't get to it, he has to coast into second. So he would have loved to have taken off, but that ball was hit too deep, and there was a chance that Springer, with his great speed, could run it down. He didn't, and the go-ahead run is out at second base.
Sanchez at second. Eaton at first. 1 out. The pitch to Melky Cabrera, strike 1.
Threw him a good changeup, kept it low and away. Melky 1 for 5 lifetime against Tony Sipp with a double. He'll just take a base hit here. Tucker does not throw well in left field.
0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
2 straight changes back to back. This one dipping way out of the zone. Giovanni Soto in the on-deck circle.
0-2. We have 1 out here in the top of the 11th in Houston in a 3-3 ball game, but the White Sox are threatening.
And for those of you who have joined us later in the ball game, Jose Abreu had to leave with an irritation of his index finger on his right hand. That necessitated Tyler Flowers to come out from behind the plate, move to first base, and brought in Gio Soto, who was inserted in the spot, the 3 spot occupied by Abreu before he left.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 on.
Sipp almost threw that one to the screen, but for a fine play by Conger. There's runners at second and third and only 1 out. Conger wants it upstairs, not quite that high, as that one almost got away.
2-2 with one out. Melky Cabrera at the plate. First and second runners for the White Sox. Sanchez at second, the go-ahead run. Sip on the mound, the eighth pitcher utilized by Houston tonight. So now, Steve, it's 3-2 for Cabrera.
The big gap for Melky is in left center field. Also, you've got Tucker way off the line and left. You can see a little shift in center field as Marisnick is moved a couple of steps to right center.
3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss by Cabrera, and he struck him out.
Get another changeup out of the zone, and Sip was determined to get him out of change. And eventually, get him he did.
So now we have 2 outs here in the top of the 11th with 2 on, with Sanchez at second, Eaton at first.
Javi's got a bat.
Soto stepping in. Sip with the pitch. No balls and a strike with 2 outs. Soto walked in the 9th against Gregerson. 3-3 ball game in the first of 3 here at Minute Maid.
Just a little tapper to the right side, and it's going to go through. They've got the severe shift on with Altuve playing on the third base side of second. Valbuena and Villar deep at third, and Short playing him to pull.
1-1 pitch. Swung on. That is a fly ball to right field, and it is off the wall. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in, and Gio Soto with a 2-run double, and the White Sox lead 5-3 here in the 11th.
There's no chance of George Springer getting that one, as Tony Sip threw a fastball. It was on the outer third, and Gio put a charge into it. 2 very fast men scoring. There's the very hittable fastball, and Gio, who was inserted into this game late, has got hero written all over him. Springer was very short in right field.
Okay, can I second guess for a second, Steve? Why was he that short?
I don't think he thought the ball was going to go over his head.
Simple as that.
On a base hit, he wanted a shot to throw out the potential leading run at the plate. Gio hasn't shown a great deal of opposite field power, but he certainly showed it there.
5-3 White Sox on a 2-run double to right by Gio Soto. As Adam LaRoche will step in, the White Sox with a 2-run lead.
And what a good time for the first hit with runners in scoring position. Because it chased home 2, and they had been 0 for the previous 7 in similar situations.
Here's the pitch to Adam.
And now David Robertson is going to come in to try to nail it down.
2 balls and a strike with 2 outs here in the top of the 11th. 5-3 White Sox. Soto at second. LaRoche. And it's a 2-2 count with 2 outs here in the 11th. Gio Soto delivering big time.
Probably never even thought he had a chance of getting in this game. Now with only 2 catchers on the team and one already in the game, and Tyler Flowers, who became the first baseman.
Sip pitching. Yeah, everyone goes through slumps, hitters, but when you're a reliever and you've had a tough week at the office as Sip has had against Detroit and Baltimore, and now the White Sox.
Well, it was a calculated risk on the part of A.J. Hinch. He used Gregerson to buy him an inning, then used Fields, and he eventually gave way to Sip.
2-2 pitch swung on, and that is a base hit. Rounding third, coming home. Soto at the plate scores, and the White Sox lead 6-3 on a run-scoring single by Adam LaRoche.
RBI number 21 for Adam, who gets his first hit of the night. And that 3-run lead is starting to look a lot more comfortable. Again, through the severe shift, LaRoche hits it in what would have been straightaway second base, but he defeats the shift. And a very happy dugout.
Here's Ramirez, lines to third. Valbuena with the stab. So we go to the bottom of the 11th here in Houston. Don't leave us, folks. White Sox trying to anchor down a win here in Texas, leading 6-3.
Time. He had a couple of tough outings in Toronto, and that does not exist right now for him. Doesn't even think about that. All he thinks about is his 10th save, getting 3 outs and going home. Be a huge win in extra innings on the road, would even the road trip at 3-3, and all that stands in the way of that are 3 outs. So Adam LaRoche, who started as a DH, is put in the game at first base. That means that David Robertson is now the designated hitter, and we all hope it doesn't get to that.
Well, the last time I checked, Josh Donaldson was not in the Houston dugout.
Fortunately not, no.
Donaldson, of course, did some damage in Toronto against the White Sox. Chris Carter at the plate. Here in the bottom of the 11th, as the White Sox erupted for 3 in the top of the inning. White Sox 6-3, each team with 9 hits. David Robertson, the pitch, the cold strike 1.
Carter 2 for 4 against David Robertson, and both of them were home runs.
Robertson again working quickly, swinging the miss by Carter.
First one was 89. That one was 91. You know, he's got another gear left in his pocket if he wants to keep this low and away from a man who strikes out a great deal.
6-3 White Sox. Nobody out here. Bottom of the 11th. And a called third strike. Wow. Carter shaking his head as he walks slowly to the Astros dugout.
This is borderline down. And David gets the benefit of the call. A big first out.
Valbuena at the plate with the one out here in the bottom of the 11th against Robertson. You look at this ball game, Steve Stone. So many big pitchers on the staff for the White Sox. I mean, Rodon did such a great job getting a starting assignment tonight. Robertson inside. Jennings really came through in relief.
I think overall the pitching has been spectacular tonight. As good as we've seen Webb in all the times he's been here. He had 3 strikeouts, an inning and 2/3. Rodon was brilliant. No walks in 6 1/3. And a big strikeout by Jennings as he retired Gaddis with the game on the line.
His game, however, far from over. Even though there's an out, it's a 2-1 count on Luis Valbuena. Swing and a miss. 2-2. We have a mid-afternoon game tomorrow against these Astros here at Minute Maid Park. Early afternoon game on Sunday, day off Monday, and then a 3-game set in Arlington against the Red Hot Rangers. Robertson wheels, deals, and a ground ball to short. Gobbled up by Ramirez for a long throw over to LaRoche. And he gets Valbuena. And we have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Jonathan Villar headed to the plate now as Robertson trying to nail down a Sox win here on the road in Houston. Big 2-run double by Gio Soto in the top of the frame. And then LaRoche followed up with a run-scoring single scoring Soto. 6-3 White Sox. 2 outs here. Villar at the plate. 1-0. Crowd starting to file out here at Minute Maid. Swung on, and there is a base hit to left field. Cabrera to Ramirez, and we have a runner on for Houston here with 2 outs.
Villar able to keep it alive.
So a man on now for the Astros. 6-3 White Sox. Hank Conger at the plate facing Robertson. 2 out, 1 on. Runner takes off.
Defensive indifference, so it won't go as a stolen base. Looks like Jason Castro in the on-deck circle. He's our #1 catcher and a left-hand hitter.
0-1 pitch. Here's a fly ball on the edge of the infield grass. Taken by Sanchez, and this ball game is over. White Sox win a thriller here in the 11th on the road in Houston, 6-3.
Just terrific pitching tonight all the way with Rodon and Webb, Putnam and Jennings, and nice to see David Robertson nail it down without a whole lot of drama here in the 11th, and the Sox even their road trip at 3-3.